你攞齊嘢嘛，哥哥？有冇攞水啊你？有水噶嘛係嘛？媽咪唔係話你今日乜都唔可以睇。I think she did say today as well. 總之而家冇得睇啊！balsamic kind of goes thick, kind of like caramelized, kind of like in the pan, and then the tomatoes are kind of giving up their juices as well. And just because we've given it a head start with that slit, kind of just they get really like just juicy and delicious, and they cook quite easily. It works with all tomatoes, but because I also love tinned tomatoes, there's something kind of reminiscent about tinned tomato in this juice, right? Yeah. Well, yes, you can. Yeah. Zoe. Whereas it's just going to show the pan. That's so unsatisfying, but I like to roast a whole tray of tomatoes to then do another thing. So I actually take them from some in the fridge cold in the night before, and then they're all soft and ready, and you just quickly whip them through it. Tim Anderson, so you sort of rubbing your head, kind of, oh, that's an idea. What have you got for it? First of all, tinned tomatoes are a lovely gift from the Italians that we have to have great tomatoes year-round because, you know, most of the time, 99% of the time, the tomatoes here are just not very good. But the tinned ones, they're tasty, they're sweet, those umami, they can peel for us, they're fantastic. And they've been cooked for us.你摸下邊隻手，細邊隻手度。
Nathan 啊，哦 Nathan。嗰個 auto frame building 呢個叫 auto frame 啲咁樣auto frame 差唔多係最平又最穩定嘅structure，應該話唔係最穩定，應該話最平又cost effective structure。做乜嘢？你 Saturday？ Mr. James。Just.
But then I'm thinking, well, really, is that true? And the more I think about it, the more I realise I need to expand this, making room for what I'm calling the strata of syrup. The strata of syrup cuts across the entire continuum of viscosity functions. They go from binders to coatings. moisture when you're into your maple syrups and birch syrups, and then you get cordials and squashes and the sort of pure, almost alcohol syrups. So I would say the syrup is a kind of premium sauce. It can be many things, and should be taken extremely seriously.
A round of applause for that. You get down more. That's absolutely brilliant. Now, so in terms of syrups in drinks, Tim, you were using syrups in drinks.
Yeah, well, I don't know if people know this, but you know in coffee shops they have like caramel syrup, vanilla syrup, all this stuff for coffee. You can buy those, and they don't stop at just the coffee adjacent flavors. They come in all kinds of amazing flavors. You get violet, you get lavender, you get melon, you get all the flavors of the rainbow basically. The violet syrup, which actually you can get in a pure form, peppermint spread, that one goes into one of my favorites. I love it. Cocktails that you can make. It's got this amazing kind of like bluish purple sky colored, appearance. It's fantastic.
Zoe.
I have a syrup that's now a regular for me, but I thought it made it slightly more active. So I was trying to make candied grapefruit, and I candied the grapefruit peel with some ginger as well, and then was left with this amazing syrup that was actually better than my candied grapefruit, if I'm honest.
Melissa.
One of my resolutions, I don't have many resolutions for the beginning of the new year, but this year I did, is drink more cocktails, and so as part of that, because I got given a cocktail shake for Christmas, I thought amazing, and so one of my ideas, I've got some rhubarb that is chilling in some water with a little bit of sugar. I want to make a kind of rhubarb and ginger sour, so I made some ginger syrup for that, and I'm just waiting for it to be ready. I'm so excited for the first one.
Well, Nathan Davis had to come back.
嗰個張卡你拎咗㗎嘛？
Syrup. A caramel and also syrup for an old fashioned. Okay, that sounds very good indeed. A round of applause for Nathan Davies. Let's take our next question from Amanda Williams from Aberystwyth.
Can you send me to liver? I haven't eaten it since my mum wrapped it in Cadbury's paper when I was little because they used to cook it.
Oh, before we get into recipes, I think we need to dig down into what your old mum was doing. When you say wrapped it in Cadbury's paper, what other brands are available, obviously?
Probably not local.
So what, she wrapped it in the
Foil and the paper.
so what, you would open it up and go, it's a treat.
Yeah, and then I
Yes. Right, we need to give Amanda insights into how to make liver marvellous, because I think it is marvellous. And
Well, if you find liver a little strong, then again you can soak it in milk with a sliced garlic clove in it, and that will flavour the lamb liver or the liver that you're using, and draw out some of the strength in it, if you like. Pat it dry, season it lightly, a little bit of flour, melt some butter, and just pan fry it, just simply until it just firms up, and take it off the heat in time. Don't overcook it. Let it rest in the pan, and just eat it with a great big load of mashed potato and some gravy.
Tim.
So the nation's finest high street food chain menu item are peri-peri chicken livers from a particular peri-peri chicken chain. They're so good.
Peri-peri.
They're so good. I'm not a huge fan of liver, but
Oh,
I like
peri-peri?
spicy food. The two
Peri-peri.
go very well together. The spice kind of takes the edge off delicious livers. And I have it on good authority. They're easy to create at home. Melt some butter in a pan, chuck in your livers, let them cook through, and then add boatloads of peri-peri sauce.
Peri-peri?
Or shop blocks,
Oh.
doesn't matter. Then
Peri-peri?
slide that into the grill and develop some,
What's peri-peri?
some char bits, and it's
Oh.
really good.
you
Delicious,
know.
delicious and spicy. You can have it with a bread roll. That's it. It is very, very good.
Yeah. Melissa.
I think the best thing you can do with liver is to let it go. I think sometimes
Let it go, let it go.
You can try those things, Amanda, or just never eat them.
You have pizza or whatever.
You're listening to the Kitchen
In
Cabinet.
the-
Today we're
in the party.
Aberystwyth, which in so many other parts of the UK has felt the influence of
I
other
think it's
cultures
pizza,
on
but
its
maybe
food
not.
landscape.
I don't know.
Here, that's courtesy of a number of families fleeing the conflict in Syria who have settled in the area, and in particular 3 women who have been serving the food from their home to enthusiastic diners across the area as part of their Syrian dinner project. One of those involved is Latifa Najar, and she joins me now. Hello, Latifa.
Hello.
哇，好忙
Tell us about your
我幫我整多送過嚟。你喺嗰度玩嗰時，媽媽過嚟呢度做。Morris。
How would you describe the food of Syria to anyone who
about
Tapula.
We put it
Tapula.
certain secret spicy in it. I will tell you afterwards.
All right. I wouldn't want you to break the secret to the nation. Does cooking these dishes in this way help to link you back to the country and culture you left behind?
Yeah, always. When I cook it, I smell the food and take my mind to when I am very young and my mom cooking for us. And sometimes I smell from neighbors. We have something that so beautiful and with it I say strawberry together.
Now, one of your favourite dishes I know is makluba. You've actually brought one. It looks gorgeous. Angela is serving it out to the rest of the panel. It's chicken here, isn't it?
Yeah, we put first layer meat of protein and layer of rice. And after that, we put meat broth. We cook it about 20 minutes. After cook it and ready, nuts and sometimes minced meat.
Angela, how is Latifa's makluba?
I have to say this has been torture because it's been sitting right next to me, and I can't tell you the aroma coming off it, the smell of the spices, the sweetness to it is utterly delicious and complex.
Upside down.
Yeah. Jim wants more.
Sue, is this your kind of thing?
This is delicious.
A big round of applause for Latifa Nazar. Now, as Latifa said, layering is a significant part of the great makluba dish.
哥哥想唔想去睇 The Four Guy？
More than part.
How many layers?
The Four Guy。Four 係跌落嚟嗰個 Four， 街 係
into the nitty-gritty
係
here,
藍
aren't we?
藍色嗰個街。
Melissa Thompson,
The
happy
Four
not to
Guy,
have run burger
just
pop-ups
not as-
over the years.
I've just done a
It's a
burger
movie.
pop-up, and this one had hamburger, then the burger, then it had cheese, and then it had crispy
It's about the
sharp
people who
dusted
do
like
stunt
chopped
in
onions,
movies.
onion powders, thyme, and then more of a
No
good
stunts?
mayo and tamarind jam on
Stuntman.
top, because you can't
About
be too
stuntman
extra,
in
but if you're
movies.
gonna go extra, then
Huh?
go download road of texture. There's some like crispy matchstick
Yeah.
in there, like I'm sold.
So there's 47 layers in your Tim Anderson, you have to use.
All right, well, just as
Yeah,
a general rule, it's not about how many layers, it's about ratios, and it's about how things come together. I disagree with Melissa that it has to be good beef. I think it doesn't have to be good beef, and in fact, I would even go so far as to say most people are focusing way too much on it. My favorite burger
Melissa Thompson is shaking her head, this is radio, and I have to comment back. Tell them that.
My favorite burger joint in America has been in my hometown in Wisconsin. Has been going since 1910. They have not changed much in the 100 years they've been going. And I asked them what's in their mince. It's not prime cut, it's not really aged beef. They're using a little bit of chuck, a lot of cheese, and a little bit of liver. And that's how you get a really strong beef flavor without spending a lot of money. And to that, I think you always need some cheese. It always has to be American cheese. It just has the right melting quality and subtle flavor that you want to obscure that delicious livery beef. Then you want sweetness from ketchup, you want strength from mustard. But then it's about letting every bite sort of be different and do its own thing.
I feel this is a presidential debate. Melissa Thompson, would you like to rebut?
Because I think the simpler the better, and for that reason the beef is really important. I mean, sometimes when you have a good burger, you can smell the quality of beef before you even bite into it. And by quality, I'm saying like the sort of dry aging, I think, and like a little bit of funk. I think for me, the beef is the heart of the burger, and so it should be.
Get the fuck from the
called a
liver.
beef burger. It's called a beef burger. Of course it is.
Okay, you can carry on.
Hamburger, damn it!
Zoe Lofton, our materials expert. There are material issues here, aren't there, in the layering?
Say the Conservatives seem completely chaotic given it was their choice as to when to call the election. Party leaders are travelling across the country on the third day of election campaigning. Rishi Sunak is visiting North East England, while Sir Keir Starmer is in the West Midlands. A group of MPs has said the next government should consider banning smartphones for children under the age of 16. A report by the Education Select Committee said the risks of increased screen time for young people significantly outweigh the benefits, but the NSPCC said such a ban would be a blunt instrument. Police are searching for an attacker who stabbed a 34-year-old woman to death in Bournemouth last night. Another woman aged 38 hospital with serious injuries. Parts of Pakistan are expected to reach 50 degrees Celsius today as the country is gripped by a heat wave. People have been told to avoid direct sunlight and advised to Manchester City will face Manchester United in the FA Cup final at Wembley this afternoon, but there are reports it could be the last match in charge for the United boss Erik ten Hag, but he has refused to comment on speculation that he'll be sacked regardless of the results. BBC News.
Deep in the jungle in Karenni State, a fierce battle is being fought between the ruling military forces and a united opposition force made up of ethnic groups and young recruits. From our own correspondent brings us all the details in half an hour. First on Radio 4, the BBC's deputy political editor, Vicky Young, presents a special edition of the week in Westminster to look back on the week in which we had a surprise general election announcement and to assess what lies ahead for the parties. Hello and welcome to Westminster, where the sun is shining, not a brolly in sight. Parliament packed up last night after Rishi Sunak's announcement that a general election will take place on the 4th of July. It certainly came as a surprise to most people here, including Conservative MPs who've been expecting an autumn election. So, as the battle buses rev up, we'll reflect on what lies ahead. To discuss it all, I'm joined by the political editor of the Financial Times, George Parker, writer and Guardian columnist Gabby Hinsett, and the Spectator's political editor Jason Forbes. Let's start with that decision to go early, we can safely say, given the surprise that it caused, George. Why did he do it? Is it a gamble? What changed between, say, holding it in May to coincide with the local elections and going in July?
Well, Rishi Sunak was a data. I think he looked at the data, particularly the economic data, and he thought maybe economically this was about as good as it was going to get between now and the autumn. Inflation came down to just about its target of 2.3%. The economy was growing, but over the next few months things looked a bit trickier actually. Inflation's expected to tick up a bit, interest rates were further down the track than we thought, and crucially there was no money in the kitty for tax cuts that wasn't stable. So given all that, we looked at the potential risks including Franklin's party forming in March, sending us further up the massive crossings of the English Channel by migrants. On balance, it's better to rip the plaster off and go for it.
Katie, do you think that he made this decision a while ago? Do you think it was always in the frame? He talks about the second half of the year. He's just about sticking to that, isn't he, by going at the beginning of July?
Yeah, technically he is. I'm not sure his party would believe it's in the spirit of what he was saying for quite a long time. I mean, I think it was always an option. As far as I understand it, Rishi Sunak's closest aides had given him a series of dates where they could go, and it was ultimately Rishi Sunak's call to make. And then it feels as though in the past couple of weeks, he was more inclined that way. And I think George is completely correct in the sense there was a worry automatically wasn't going to get so much better. But I also think there was a frustration, which is they're trying lots of things and no one's really listening. And there's just perhaps a hope that is not warranted. But I think there is a hope in an election campaign they might be able to get voters to listen. And in that case, go now rather than have more indifference for a few more months.
Gabby, he wants voters to listen. We couldn't really hear him very well when he made his actual announcement. I mean, I was standing in Downing Street, and we just all thought he's not going to come out in this. There's no way he can walk out in this and do it. The noise from down at the end where the protesters stand outside the gate, I mean, again, we're all used to that happening. They must have known that was going to happen. It was a bit unedifying.
It was like watching someone's anxiety dream come to life. It really reminded me of, of that Theresa May speech where everything fell off the wall behind her, and you're just watching it thinking, can't pull the plug on this. And in the same way, once he's out there and it starts to rain on him, you think, is someone going to rush out with an umbrella? Are they going to pull him out? No, he's just going to have to stand there while metaphorically a bottle tips over him, and that's kind of what the whole of the election campaign is going to be like. The weird thing about it was, and if you're 20+ points behind, one of the arguments for going, apart from all the others that we've just discussed, is that what you've got left is the element of surprise. You can at least hope that you're wrong for everything.
For inviting me here, and I just want to say that we are here to protect consumers, not lower the threshold. The lowering the threshold is a necessary measure to protect the industry in a proportionate way. We are seeing from data that 95% of scams are covered on a threshold of £10,000, right? £10,000. So if we have that money for protecting consumers, £30,000 is much more than what you see in the average. 95% will go on a mandatory framework. what we are contesting is not the reimbursement, it's the mandatory procedure. Because mandatory means that automatically people will be refunded. But for such higher amounts of money, the mandatory reimbursement will not work because they need to ensure that every party has their own say.
But you say it won't work, why not? I mean, do you think people can pay you just heard from giving part their money?
Absolutely not.
But you would under your plan.
No, because the £30,000 that's the mandatory part, but every other thing will be judged by I'm confident that we will get back the money back.
Right, you say 30%, you say it will take 90%, will take 90%, 5% will take 90%, but 11,000 people have got more than people using the right money.
I don't think they will get the money because I think that they will become more educated and they will be more aware of where the scammers and the fraudsters operate. Let's not forget that the fraudsters...
Sorry to interrupt you, that's not happened for years, has it? I mean, we've been telling people, put down the phone, don't take cold calls. The trouble is, your members, the small ones and the big ones, are just not protecting people. They're letting criminals open accounts, they're not spotting large transfers, and they're not acting quickly enough to get the money back. And the whole purpose of having that big limit, or £150,000, is that they can get their act together, which they haven't done for years.
Well, first of all, I want to say that they're not picking up the massive events, but the smaller players, there are people regulated events.
30,000
That's not going to be like it's a mandatory request, but there is also a non-mandatory, which is where it will cover everyone. 95% with the mandatory, 5% with the dispute system. That's how you look at credit cards, for example, there's a charge that system that works very well. No one contests that, and that's on the 30 grand. So for other kinds of fraud that are higher, we're talking about a lot of money. So we need to ensure that there is proper police reporting, that there is proper intervention from the social media platform where the scam leads. We need a big table, we need a new government to look at this from an industry ecosystem perspective that protects consumers. We're here, consumers are our customers, and we want to be supportive. We want to protect customers from the fraud, and we need the fraud to be prevented from happening in the first place. But just mandating reimbursement is something that happens afterwards, not before. But we need to act before.
But the smaller firms that you say have sent this letter asking for their help, they're the ones who have defrauded the most, aren't they? Looking at the figures from the payment services regulator, vast amounts of fraud are done on those, far more than the big banks, because the big banks have been taking measures, whereas the smaller ones haven't, because they're not part of this code of practice.
Well, these are the firms who usually want to serve the most vulnerable customers. These are the firms that have brought innovation, competition, and allowed to reduce the number of underbanked and unbanked people in the UK. Nowadays, we've got only 1 million, which is a huge amount of people. We've got only 1 million people who cannot access expenses, all done by these smaller firms that offer payment services, right? So
why should people with fraud and helping your members be there too, increase profit?
They're not, because they will get the money back up to £30,000. The average scam for individuals is 1,000, 2,000, and for businesses is around 11, 12,000. So 30 grand is still a lot of money. When there is more than that needed, we just ask the dispute system, not mandatory. If we do it mandatory, what will happen from October the 7th is that the scammers will find that the UK is a market where they see a bonanza of money that's granted, that grows in trees. Money doesn't grow in trees. What do you think that smaller companies get to take the money from?
Why would they target it? They don't care if people get reimbursed or not. They care about security.
Oh, no, they do, because there is a principle that everyone gets the money back. They will look at average consumers will lower their vigilance.
Well, I don't know that that's true. I think people hear how awful it is. It's all people like Kate. It's an awful experience.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that you'll get the money back.
Almost 750,000 people who get tax credits will be getting a letter with a stripe on it over the next month. It's a black stripe across the top, meaning that claim will be automatically renewed. But if there's a red stripe, they will need to contact HMRC to renew their claim, or their money will be stopped. This is the last time these stripe
by universal credit, and by April next year, all tax credits will have ended. There'll be another letter too arriving over the next month without any strike. That tells people their tax credits will stop anyway, and they can claim universal credit instead. It's called migration, not automatic. Don't claim when your money stops. Claim too soon or too late, and you'll probably get less. Charities like Turn to Us have told money, but I'm very confused. One person who went to charity to help is Alicia. He has 2 children and works, but needed help to sort her benefits out.
It's just so complicated and intimidating. Every time you need to make any kind of change, you have to either have guidance or,
He's saying goodbye to a right-wing leader who's out of touch with ordinary people, and hello to a right-wing leader who's out of touch with ordinary people. Labour leader Keir Starmer joins me now.
Emma, what the British public want is an end to the chaos under the Tories.
Naturally, you're urging them to vote Labour.
Whoa, steady on there, Emma. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Admittedly, I do have a soft spot for Labour, but it's the Lib Dems quite excellent policies on housing. The Greens are very strong on renewables, so yeah, I'll probably opt for Labour in the end, but I'm keeping an open mind.
Meanwhile, Rachel Reeves has insisted all Labour general election promises will be fully costed. The Shadow Chancellor joins me now.
you've already did.
The Tories claim your great British energy idea could cost the taxpayer upwards of £30 billion.
Well, look, I could say it will cost 60 million and people would still vote for us. I could even say it's going to cost 90 million and no one will bat an eye. The voters tuned out months ago, and this one was living hell under the Tories to end.
So, is it going to cost 90 million?
Yeah, no, maybe. Who cares?
Rachel Reeves, thank you.
After Chancellor Jeremy Hunt confirmed that he will be standing at the next election, some are predicting a modern-day Portillo moment. Chancellor, are you worried?
Hardly. I have faith in the people of my constituency.
Really, the polls look terrible for you. Voters are paying for blood.
Precisely. I know how they feel.
Sorry, what does that mean?
Oh, nothing serious. I was speaking metaphorically.
Mr. Hunt, surely the fear of crushing humiliation plays on your mind. How do you sleep at night?
Hanging upside down from the ceiling.
What?
Oh, nothing bad.
In other news, at the Horizon inquiry, former Post Office CEO Paula Venables gave evidence. In her written statement, Venables confirmed for the first time that she'd seen the ITV drama Mr. Bates vs. the Post Office, though she had watched it backwards, so it had a happy ending.
Just 20 minutes after her questioning began.
即係哥哥睇下嗰邊嗰啲人，
Thankfully, it turned out to be a false alarm.
見唔見到啊？佢着到好靚嘅，嗰度嗰啲啊。
But it wasn't all bad news for Venables. Moments after the end of her solid first day, she received a text congratulating her on how well she'd done from Prince Andrew.
Venables was questioned by the legal counsel Jason Beer, KC.
So, your answer to this question has been your answer actually to almost all of my questions, is that you don't recall?
I don't recall saying I don't recall to all your other questions.
So, you don't recall when you first learned the bug, isn't that right?
Simple, because I don't recall working at the post office.
You don't recall working at the post office?
Well, I kind of vaguely recall a Saturday job I might have had there in the 1980s, but that might actually have been a co-op or...
Sorry, why are you chopping all those onions?
I just wanted to admit how sorry I am for all the pain and suffering.
Right, you're not trying to make yourself cry, are you?
No, not at all. Chopping, Paula, keep chopping. There, look, I did it. I squeezed out a single tear. Now, what saves one of you and forget all this upsetting business ever happened?
Derby Special School are converting an old train carriage into a student library. To keep the feel of it being on an actual train, they'll be get books after a 2-hour delay. We'll have to read standing up. Breaking news that we can go over live to a report from the Royal Academy of Engineering about the quality of Britain's water, led by the Chief Medical Officer, Sir Chris Whitty.
Hello, welcome. As you can see from the graphic behind me, we are all up to our next exclusion. Next shite, please.
I want to make a wholehearted apology for this terrible injustice.
Are you a fan of soft but meaningless vehicles, Mr. Prime Ministers? Then download the Top 20 UK Government Apologies playlist today. Featuring modern-day belters from the post office and infected flood scandals, alongside classics like this.
I make this statement to the Guildford Court. First of all, a systemic failure of British justice will never happen again.
Look, the Hillsborough and Bloody Sunday inquiries have uncovered evidence of institutional incompetence, callousness and cover-up. That's not what the British people expect from their new power.
In fact, that's exactly what the British people expect from those in power, which is why we've lovingly compiled this collection of the very best 20 to 30 years two-page predictions of culpability, including laughable favourites like I will ensure more victims of the Windrush and Grenfell scandal receive full compensation in the very near future. And that special type of apology so beloved of UK Prime Ministers.
I'm very sorry for the pain and suffering that people experienced during the COVID crisis. Although I did accept I was responsible for any of it, I am in fact not sorry in any way whatsoever.
The Top 20 UK Government Apologies playlist. Download now and get the top 50 emails that Rhoda Reynolds can't recall. Absolutely free. Aww, hello there and welcome to the One Show with me,
And me, Roman soap cans, I make Matt Baker seem edgy.
Today we're joined on the sofa by an extra special guest, First Minister of Wales, Vaughan Gething. Mr. Gething, mother of that.
I've been grilled by some hard journalists recently, so I'm very much looking forward to you just asking me about which biscuit is the strongest.
Mr. Gething, you've received funds from a man found guilty of illegally dumping toxic liquid on a site of specific scientific interest. Explain yourself.
Probably custard cream. But I take Garibaldi in a bun. We're talking about something Western areas and that's abuse.
I mean, sure, last week we did send Phil Tufnell to the Lake District, so it's a little bit cost-effective for us, but still.
So do you have anything to say to us? Of course, I'm full of you. And to the great people of Wales, I say this. Noi Britannus anarchiran the other.
That's bloody Elvish from Lord of the Rings. She just does not English taxes.
No, I'm sorry, okay, I've made mistakes. What do you want me to do? Resign?
No. We plan to a far worse state. Giles?
That's right, Vaughan. You're going to have to see 25 minutes of me visiting Hereford's 8th smallest cotton shed. You poor soul.
Dearest General Reader,
Tomorrow.
at last London's fashionable set made its return to the world of Bridgerton.
Queen Charlotte wishes to see you.
Ah, Conquest Bridgerton. I understand you intend to marry. Are you quite sure you wish to be betrothed to her?
Her Majesty, unlike any woman, gracious, self-assured. Here she comes now. My darling, allow me to introduce you to Queen Charlotte.
Madam, it's a pleasure to meet you. And what brings you to Bridgerton?
Well, all the cool dudes in now London didn't want me as part of their clubs anymore. #lame. So I thought I'd mosey on back in time and join the top, where your Lizzie T would be more appreciated.
And what are your intentions?
Well, you imagine I'm here to sell copies of my book and break hearts, and I'm all out of books. Actually, I'm not. I've got absolutely loads left.
I wish you well, but understand, Bridgerton is not like where you come from. It's frivolous, insubstantial, and based in an entirely separate reality.
#I'll fit
Michael Mosley. And this is just one thing, where each episode being for one thing you can start doing today to boost your health and well-being. Over the last few years, I've given you all sorts of tips to boost your fitness, boost your cardiovascular system, and even giving your brain a boost. But I've discovered that the real secret to improving your health is simply saying the word boost in every sentence. I asked Sally, a teacher from Team, is saying boost in all of her sentences is something she'd like to try.
Well, I'll certainly give it a go. Boost.
It's a week later, so it's time to see how Sally Boost got on.
Well, Michael, I've quite Boost enjoyed the challenge.
And have you Boost noticed any effect?
Yes, Boost. My husband Boost left me, and I've been fired from work, Boost.
Well, you can't Boost please everyone. Join me next week, and I'll be in hiding. That's because, as a result of trying to follow every single one of my just one things, Mrs. Harper of Sidcup went for a long walk backwards on one leg while eating beetroot, turmeric, flaxseed, yogurt, and nuts in the freezing cold and pouring rain, and now, first, she wants to kill me. Cheerio!
Hello, I'm Anna Atkinson, and this is Naked
Huh?
Attraction.
Huh?
Today is Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Hi.
In the car?
Okay, let's reveal the bottom half of
No.
the voice, please.
그車嗰啲
What's that? Quite a picnic.
No.
Looks like
你
it's
跟住爸爸
styled into a sort of side party. What's that, Jack?
睇住細條片好冇？
Right, Kelly.
Okay.
What does this you fancy? I'm not sure. I'm not really into politics.
Oh, don't worry about that, Kelly. Neither am I.
Hello, and welcome to the Chelsea Flower Show. I'm Carol Klein, the only person who can get so enthusiastic about plants. You think, is she literally snorting the creosote? Look, I'm staring at this Crocosmia like I'm on acid. Isn't everything wonderful? I've just told the begonia it was my best friend. The flower show has a very unique feel this year, and you know why? Because it hasn't stopped raining since mid-March. I'm here in the shallow end of the show, and it's time now to meet the gold medal winner for the overall Best Garden Prize. Patricia Bristow, congratulations.
Oh, cheers. Winning the flower show is an absolute dream come true.
Now you wanted to capture a typical British back garden. Oh yes, the detail is extraordinary. The old mattress popping up the fence, those two rustic kiddish bikes, that bed frame from a decade ago. Oh, that's delightful. Do you know you've captured what makes a British garden British? I think we can go to Monty Don now, showing us the very best scuba gear for working in your garden this summer.
You're watching Peston, where the only thing more unpredictable than the political debate is the way I stress my sentences. With me is Education Secretary Gillian Keegan. What Nadine Dorries would be like if she'd had therapy, but not quite enough. Ms. Keegan, this gender education policy of yours is a mess, isn't it? Children can learn about trans people who have undergone gender reassignment surgery, but not gender ideology itself.
Not at all, actually, thank you, Robert. We're very clear. The work left may want to make gender a Rubik's Cube you can twist and turn, but we think it's a little more straightforward than that.
Explain what you mean.
Well, if you would just let me finish, we think that children go from boys to men, okay, but also it's important to remember that boys will be boys, of course, and the boys are, well, they're back in town.
Is that not just a song lyric?
No one interrupt me again and I'll put you back in that cupboard under the seldom do girls like their boys. Always should be someone you really love.
Which differs.
Shut up, I'm on a roll here. We believe in teaching that girl you'll be a woman soon, and boys don't cry, and girls just want to have fun, except that girl is on fire.
Gillian Keegan, thank you, and shut up your face. So Gareth Southgate has named an expanded 33-man England squad for the Euros, but speculation is now rife about who will or won't actually be on the plane. I'm joined by Harry Kane.
Yeah, no, well, that's it really,
So who's going to be on the plane, Harry Kane?
it's the gaffer's call at the end of the day, but I'd say Pickers is on the plane, Trippers is on the plane, Rammers is on the plane.
How about Jack Grealish?
Grealish, well, he's almost on the plane.
Almost.
Well, he's near the plane, departure lounge maybe, checking the boards, munching on the oversized Toblerone got his duty free.
But the plane is just a bit of jargon, Harry. It's not literally.
Phil Foden's in the airport, Weatherford. Gareth Bowen's in the sunglass hut. Bellas is stuck in a non-EU passport queue. And, Cole Palmer's in customs doing that thing, you suddenly panic, you've got a gun in your bag or something.
Right, well, look, I don't think I'll follow, but at least we know that you'll be on the plane.
Oh, yeah, I'm on the plane. Settled into my seat, watch a nice movie. I'm home. Only problem is, I can't work the buttons. I've ended up with some French film with existential themes. It's got me all confused about the meaning of life.
Okay, well, good luck this summer, Harry, and we're all hoping that you bring it home.
On a plane? I don't think you're allowed to bring a plane home with you, Gary, but it's a nice idea and I'll give it a go, you know what I mean?
You're listening to Front Row. A second season of historical detective drama Shardlake has been announced by Disney+. Here's a sneak preview.
Well, Shardlake, what news from Winchester?
It is as you feared, my Lord Cromwell. The murder of Brother Mortimer was indeed a papist plot. The ringleader awaits execution in the Tower.
Good work, Mr. Shardlake. Your crook back and withered arm belies a fierce intelligence. But pray, why do you tarry?
I have made a further deduction, Lord Cromwell.
Why?
I am of the knowledge that you, Thomas Cromwell, were born in Putney and lived your entire life in Surrey.
Aye, 'tis true.
Yet your accent fluctuates between someone trying not to sound northern and someone not caring that he sounds northern.
Well, what is your conclusion, Shardlake?
That you, my lord, are Sean Bean.
Have a care, Mr. Shardlake.
Do not deny it, sir. Your custom as Thomas Cromwell is passing strange, as if Disney Plus was trying to sell this series by pretending this was Game of Thrones, but with no dragons or naked boobies.
What of it? Have you not read your television Bible, Shardlake? It is written that no matter how oddly cast, Sean Bean shall speak in his customary northern accent.
Yet you should at least try, sire, at least try to have a stab at sounding a bit more Wolf Hall and help keep the viewers. See, I have brought Mark Rylance here to give you a few acting tips.
Hi. Look, actually, you don't need to worry about the accent. It's all in the face. Because what I always do in every role I play is just screw up my face like this so that I get little crinkles around my eyes so that I look all wise and kindly.
Blasphemy. No one tells Sean Beans how to act. I will report you both to King Henry VIII personally. Your Majesty, these scoundrels have spoken blasphemy. They accuse me of possessing a historically questionable northern accent.
Well, the very cheek of it. Take them to the Tower without a cup of tea, and let them be beaten with stale Eccles cakes. Right,
I'm off to behead Anne Boleyn for the grievous crime of wearing a coat indoors. I told the daft mare that she wouldn't feel the benefit. You're back with Today. After 14 years as an MP, Caroline Lucas has confirmed she'll be stepping down. The two-times Green Party leader joins me now. Hello? Hello, Miss Lucas?
Oh, now you want to talk to me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, was Farage not available, or Richard Tice, or any other unelected gobby man?
I sense you're annoyed.
Oh, well done. Yes, 14 years, and I've received so little airtime because you'd rather have people on with the political intellect of a camping chair.
Caroline Lucas, this is not how I imagined you would be.
Well, you wouldn't know, would you? Maybe I should have just behaved awfully to get media attention rather than being polite and twee.
Well, I'm sorry. Did you just blow a raspberry? That is very poor and shocking behaviour. Can you come back next week?
It was alleged this week that the real-life stalker from hit Netflix series Baby Reindeer has also bombarded the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer with vile taunts and abuse. We can talk to the alleged stalker now.
Bloody right, Emma, and I'd do it again in an heartbeat.
Hang on, Angela Rayner, you're stalking Sir Keir Starmer.
I'm not stalking him. I'm holding that southern softy to account for being no good Tory scum.
You sent him 34,000 emails over 6 months. I do have one of those emails here, and in it you say, if you don't renationalise water, I'm going to headbutt you in your scrot, you posh bastard.
Yeah, okay, but I stand by everything I say. It's about Labour policy. I'm not some weirdo.
Okay, and in another one here you've written, I'm outside your house, Baby Reindeer, you can't escape it. It's quite intimidating.
No. That one was actually meant for the officer investigating my house sale.
Dead Ringers from the Hay Festival was performed by John Culshaw, Jan Ravens, Jess Robinson and Duncan Wisby. The writers were Ned Fountain and Tom Jameson, Lawrence Howard, Ed Amsden and Tom Groves, Rob Dark, Edward Tudor, Sophie Dixon, Sarah Campbell, Cody Darling, Joe Topping, Rachel Paul and Christopher Donovan. It was a BBC Studios production for Radio 4, and the producer and creator was Bill Dare.
And Dead Ringers fans might be interested to know that Jan Ravens, who does the voices of Liz Truss and Theresa May, is one of the guests on Loose Ends at 6:20 tonight here on Radio 4. Any questions from Wester Ross is coming up after the 1 o'clock news and a look at the bank holiday weekend weather with Darren Bett.
Thanks very much, Richard. Good afternoon. Well, it is a bit warmer for most of us today. There's more sunshine around as well, but as usual, it's not dry everywhere. We are seeing more cloud coming in from the North Sea to affect parts of East Anglia, into Lincolnshire, up towards the northeast of England, and that's going to bring with it a bit of rain, mostly towards coastal areas. And at the same time, we're also seeing the next Atlantic weather front bringing some wetter weather towards the far southwest of England and Pembrokeshire too. But away from these areas, it's going to be generally dry. There'll be some warm spells of sunshine. Could just be 1 or 2 isolated showers, and temperatures could reach 20 degrees across the Moray Firth, southeast England. Generally 17 or 18 degrees pretty widely, but of course where we've got that rain coming in, the likes of Lincolnshire and Norfolk and East Yorkshire, temperatures are going to be 14 or 15 degrees here. And overnight tonight, things are just going to get wetter because this rain that's coming in from the North Sea is going to develop more widely and push northwards across northern England and towards Scotland. And we've also got that rain coming into the southwest of England that will pivot northwards and eastwards across other parts of England and Wales. So a lot of cloud around overnight. It will turn wetter as the night goes on, and temperatures will be 10 or 11 degrees. Heading into tomorrow, another particularly promising start first thing. The areas of rain are going to move their way northwards, probably clearing away from much of Scotland. We will see showers then following on behind across many parts of the UK. And these are going to be accompanied by some bursts of sunshine, particularly across southern areas, but there could be a lot of cloud from the northern half of the UK still. And these showers that do arrive are going to be heavy and thundery and slow moving, and then more likely to be some thunderstorms across northern England, into the Midlands, across towards East Anglia as well. And that could bring with it the risk of some flash flooding. Temperatures are going to be a little bit lower than today, but there may well be fewer showers around for Bank Holiday Monday. The worst of showers by then, more towards parts of Scotland.
Darren Bett. The economy, the NHS, housing, public services. What might change the way you vote? Or have you already made your mind up? Annie Joannan wants to hear from you on any answers. You can call 03700 100 444. You can email any.answers@bbc.co.uk or tweet with the hashtag BBCAQ. Lines are open now. Any answers at 2:15.
BBC News at 1 o'clock. This is Vijay Alice. More than 10,000 migrants have arrived in the UK so far this year after crossing the Channel in small boats. The main political parties have begun setting out their economic credentials, with Sir Keir Starmer telling a campaign event that the first task of a Labour government would be to stabilise the economy. Nearly 300 people crossed the Channel in small boats yesterday, according to Home Office data. That brings the total number of arrivals this year to more than 10,000, which is the most on record. David Waddle reports.
Home Office figures show that 288 people made the crossing yesterday on 5 boats. That's more than the previous 6 days combined. Just 8 people made the crossing between Monday and Thursday, before weather conditions improved to become warm, sunny and clear. Yesterday's arrivals mean that 10,170 people have crossed the Channel in small boats in 2024. That's the most at this point in the year since comparable records began in 2018. Immigration is a key battleground in the general election campaign. Rishi Sunak has made stopping the boats one of his key pledges and drew up the Rwanda plan to achieve this. The Prime Minister has acknowledged that flights to Rwanda will not take off before the election on the 4th of July. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has pledged to scrap the government's Rwanda scheme straight away if his party wins power. The Liberal Democrats have said the best way to stop the crossings is to provide safe and legal routes for those needing sanctuary.
A 17-year-old boy from Lancashire has been arrested on suspicion of murder after a 34-year-old woman was fatally stabbed on a beach in Bournemouth last night. Another woman, aged 38, was taken to hospital with serious injuries. Police say she's still being treated in hospital. Extreme temperatures are gripping Pakistan, where temperatures in some parts of the country have reached 50 degrees Celsius. Punjab and Sindh provinces are the worst affected. Our Pakistan correspondent Caroline Davis reports from Islamabad.
It's not yet the height of summer, but temperatures have already reached 50 degrees in some parts of Pakistan, according to local Met departments. Cold drinking water stores and heat stroke camps have been set up to help those in the heat, and officials have warned people to limit outdoor activities until the early evening to avoid the hottest times of day. In Punjab, schools have started their summer holidays a week early because of the heat, although exams will continue. Intermittent power cuts in some areas make dealing with the heat even more difficult for those who can't afford generators. Residents in Jacobabad and Sindh have seen some of the highest temperatures.
Jacobabad is the hottest of all cities. The temperature reaches 49, 50 degrees Celsius and there's no power. It's miserable to stay home.
Our houses get very hot because of the intense heat in Jacobabad. It's difficult to sleep at home. That's why we come down here to sleep on the rooftop. It's a bit breezy here, which reduces the heat, and we're able to get some sleep.
From Sindh in the south to the mountains in the north, there are worries about the impact of these higher temperatures. Melting glaciers there could lead to lake bursts and flooding. This is just one of several heat waves Pakistan has seen this summer, with another expected in June.
Sir Keir Starmer has said a stable economy would have to be the first step of an incoming Labour government. Earlier, the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt said that if the Conservatives were re-elected, he would focus on cutting taxes for working people. Here's our political correspondent, Jack Fennick.
The first Saturday of this election campaign kicks off with a battle over which party can be seen as most credible on the economy. In an interview with the Daily Telegraph, Jeremy Hunt signalled that a re-elected Conservative government would build on 2 cuts already made to national insurance, and he pledged to boost growth. The Conservative Minister Bim Akalami said the economy was showing signs of recovery.
Inflation, when they came in, was sort of 11%, 11.1%. Now it's down to almost target, 2.3%. That doesn't happen by accident. It's not all the government working in partnership with the Bank of England. But what that means is that now we are now back onto a situation where things can start to improve and get better.
The Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves wrote in the Daily Mail that her party would never play fast and loose with your money, and That was a message echoed by her party leader, Sir Keir Starmer, when he visited voters in the West Midlands this morning. He said spiralling bills and prices was the main issue with the people he spoke to there.
The Labour Party said the number one mission is to focus on the economy, to grow the economy, and the first step towards that is to stabilise the economy. And, stability now is change. It's strange to say that in 2024, but a stable economy has to be the first step of an incoming Labour government.
But the Labour leader has also had to defend his party's pledge on workers' rights after a senior trade union leader accused him of watering down his plans. Sharon Graham, the General Secretary of the Unite Union, said Labour's New Deal for working people had more holes in it than Swiss cheese.
Parties hoping to form the next government have been given a stark warning of the financial challenges they will face. The independent think tank, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, is calling for an open and robust discussion about how the parties will tackle them. Here's our Chief Economics Correspondent, Darshini David.
These comments are a reminder that pledges from any party will be made against the backdrop of constrained public finances, which will likely mean tough choices that may impact voters' fortunes. Both the Conservatives and Labour are committed to getting debt falling in the future. But to look back, the Tories have penciled in what amounts to potential cuts in public services of more than 10% in coming years. The IFS says the
is facing its toughest challenge yet to hold on to power with a government majority. Our correspondent Anne Soy reports from Johannesburg.
Yet another group is arriving in time here at the FNB Stadium in Johannesburg. This is one of the largest venues in the country, and the ANC is hoping to make a political statement here by filling up the 90,000-seater stadium. I will just speak to some of them.
Oh, I'm so peaceful. There's nothing that I feel like to be here. I'm here to support our ANC.
Do you think the ANC still has the solution for this country?
Many solutions.
Of course, great efforts to ensure every seat here is occupied. Any empty seats will look bad for the party, and that is really across the political divide. As political parties hold their final rallies this weekend, they hope to show that they have huge support from some governments.
Singapore Airlines has decided not to serve meals when the seatbelt sign is on after turbulence on a flight from London left one passenger dead and dozens injured. The plane had to be diverted to Bangkok, where some passengers are still in hospital. The man who died was 73-year-old Jeff Kitchen, living in Bristol. Had a heart attack. Vicky Bristow reports.
The super turbulence that hit the Boeing 777 over Myanmar affected Singapore Airlines to reduce flight safety. Passengers were loaded with fuel around the cabin, thinking to bring down from the sea. The turbulence is supposed to have happened while people were being served. It was very exciting because folks handed out meals and hot food when the seatbelt sounded off. The crew will also be monitoring the seatbelt and foot below. The crew will have to secure the signs in the cabin gallery. Passengers quickly ran to their seats prepared to go. The airline said it was taking a more cautious approach to turbulence. The sheer terror of last Tuesday's flight from London.
Okay, Coco.
Russia says its forces have made early gains in the Donetsk region of eastern Ukraine. According to the defense ministry, troops have taken control of a village north of Avdiivka. Russia has stepped up its attacks along the eastern front lines since launching an offensive further north near the city of Kharkiv earlier this month. Yesterday, President Zelensky said Ukrainian forces had re-established control in the Kharkiv region. The Royal Mail is under investigation by the communications regulator because of its failure to meet delivery targets for first and second class post. Ofcom said it would consider a financial penalty if there was no satisfactory explanation. Varshala Sripatma reports.
In its yearly financial results, Royal Mail's parent company, International Distribution Services, said just 74.5% of first-class mail was delivered within one working day. That's well short of the Ofcom requirement of 93%, except at Christmas. Royal Mail is also under investigation for not reaching second-class delivery targets. For more than the sixth consecutive year, the Royal Mail has fallen short of its targets. Last year, the business was fined a record £5.6 billion. The 500-year-old postal service posted losses of £348 million in the year to end March, down from a loss of more than £1 billion the previous year. week, those 6-day deliveries will be maintained for first-class rates. The company said it will engage with Ofcom throughout its investigation.
A cross-party group of MPs says the next government should consider a total ban on smartphones for under 16s within its first year. The Education Select Committee says children's mental and physical health is being harmed by the length of time they spend using technology. They called on government to provide clear guidance for parents and schools. Our education reporter Nathan Stanley has more details.
The MPs say they've heard shocking statistics on the extent of the damage being done to young people by excessive screen time and smartphone use. Without urgent action, they argue, more children will be put in harm's way. Today's report says the next government should work alongside the regulator, Ofcom, to consult on the possibility of a total ban of smartphones or phones which have access to the internet for children aged under 16. It also says incoming ministers should try to encourage mobile phone companies to produce children's phones which can be used to maintain contact through calls and texts and GPS location, but that don't have access to the internet.
What?
1 in 4 children now owns a phone by the age of 8. Almost all children have one by the age of 12.
What the?
Sport now, the English and Scottish Cup finals
It won't
take
happen.
place this afternoon with both Manchester City and Celtic.
What's the whole point of an iPhone
Cup
then?
double. With a look ahead at this sound of us.
So it'll be at those phones if they have a
Thank you very
children.
much indeed.
Yeah, but I
Manchester
haven't
City
had
and
one.
Celtic both hoping to complete the double-double of winning both their league in major domestic cup competition for the second consecutive year. For Manchester City at Wembley, it's a repeat of last season's final when they beat Manchester United, whose manager Erik ten Hag is reported to be facing the sack regardless of the result this afternoon. The club have refused to comment on those reports, but former goalkeeper Peter Schmeichel thinks the time could be up to ten Hag.
We've seen everybody else at the top of Manchester United have left the club and new people are coming in. Without saying that I want Eric to lose his job, I'd be very surprised if he's a manager next year, to be honest, because the way they've been going about the first couple of months in charge, it very much points to they want a completely new and a clean start, and they want it to be their project.
Meanwhile, the Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola says the 31 points which separated them and United in the final Premier League table counts for nothing.
It's double finals against teams like United. There's always United. Of course, in the Premier League, have been better than them, more consistent than them. But in one game, especially in early season, it's top season, important games, always perform well.
It's a 3 o'clock kick-off at Wembley, as it is at Hampden Park in Glasgow, where Celtic and Rangers meet in the Scottish Cup final. Celtic are the holders. They are unbeaten in their 4 games against their arch-rivals this season. But manager Brendan Rodgers says that won't be the end.
Never die. It's not very well. It's not very well. Respect every corner of the play.
Meanwhile, just some breaking news in the last few moments. Vincent Kompany, the manager of Burnley, has agreed a deal in principle to become the Bayern Munich manager. There is more of that story unfolding on the BBC Sport website. Elsewhere in cricket, England continue their preparations for next month's T20 World Cup. The second match of their series against Pakistan at Edgbaston this afternoon after a complete washout in the first match. They'll be hoping for better weather today in Birmingham. England are playing their World Cup opener against Scotland in Barbados on the 4th of June. Captain Josh Butler could miss out to his 3rd child, June. So Vice Captain Moeen Ali is ready to step up his game.
Was captain enough for England now. I've done quite a few games in terms of when I've been vice captain and taking over with just that day. So yeah, I'm cool with that. Obviously, I get the timing of the baby right, so just doesn't miss many games. But yeah, it's obviously great for him.
Formula 1 Rugby Union, all available for BBC Sport Plus.
James Quinn. The headline today. Nearly 300 people arrived in the UK on small boats.
你一陣間過嚟啊，兩點幾。
This year across 10,000, which is the most record. Keir Starmer has told the campaign that prioritize bringing stability to the economy. The Chancellor John Hunt says cutting taxes for working people would be the Conservatives' focus. And a teenager has been arrested on suspicion of murder. The woman was stabbed in her hip
ultimately quite difficult to reach.
Why is the AI industry projecting human-like qualities onto machines? The Artificial Human on Radio 4 and UCM.
Begins this Wednesday afternoon at 9:30. On Weekend Woman's Hour this afternoon, cyclist Lizzie Banks talks about tactical keys and doping violations. The show on the Forgotten Women of the Circus, and on the suggestion of a Woman's Hour listener, Women's Signs of Love Bomb. Woman's Hour at 4. But now on Radio 4, it's time for Any Questions with Alex Forsyth. Don't forget you can have your say on anything here in today's programme by calling now 03700 100 444.
Hello and welcome to Gairloch, a village that sprawls along the shores of Loch Gairloch in the Northwest Highlands. It is a place where spectacular scenery takes your breath away at every turn, attracting visitors keen to explore the endless sands and skies, lochs and mountains of Westeros. We are at Gairloch Community Board, a hub for the village run by a dedicated group of volunteers and fundraisers. This programme and every programme through the general election campaign will be a little longer than usual. We have an hour of discussion and debate from our panellists, who this week are Alistair Jack, Secretary of State for Scotland, and currently the Conservative MP for Dumfries and Galloway. Of course, all the Westminster politicians on our panel are only MPs until Parliament rolls next week. Before his current role, he was a government whip and member of the Treasury Select Committee. He also farms, mostly dairy, near Dumfries and grows Christmas trees. Kate Balls is Deputy First Minister and Cabinet Secretary for the Economy and Gallagher in the Scottish Government. She's also SNP, MSP for Skye, Loch Harbour and Badnoch. Kate took up her current government role earlier this month after choosing not to run against John Swinney for the SNP leadership. Before politics, she was a chartered accountant in London. Annalise Dodds is the Labour MP for Oxford East and the chair of the Labour Party. She's also Shadow Secretary of State for Women and Equalities. She used to work as an academic, and she previously said she didn't grow up in a political household with a capital P, but her dad always kicked against any authority he didn't agree with and voted for everyone over the years, except the SNP. Is that right, Annalise? Sorry, Kate. Christine Jardine is the Liberal Democrat MP for Edinburgh West and her party spokesperson in Westminster for 3 different portfolios: Scotland, the Cabinet Office and Women and Equalities. She's also a member of the Scottish Affairs Committee of the House of Commons, and before politics, she worked as a broadcaster and a university teacher. And Lorna Slater is the co-leader of the Scottish Green Party and MSP for the Lothian region. In 2016, Lorna and her fellow party leader Patrick Harvey became the first Green ministers in the government anywhere in the UK, until the former First Minister, Hunter Youssef, ended the agreement and brought the Greens into government at Holyrood. Before politics, Lorna worked as an engineer in the renewable energy sector. Gairloch, please welcome your Any Questions panel. Hey, let's get things underway with our first question. It comes from Hilary Brown.
Hello. Will the forthcoming general election benefit the country?
Hilary, thank you. Alistair Jack, your Prime Minister called it Ukraine.
The answer to that is it will benefit the country. We reached a crossroads. Rishi Sunak came in sort of a difficult, it was a hospital for us, let's be honest. He came into a very difficult situation where interest rates were rising, inflation had hit 11.1%, it's now down to 2.3%. He set out a plan for that, a plan for growth. He wanted to reduce taxes when he could, and he's taken 4 pence off national insurance, as you know, which is a tax on jobs. He's also established that we're going to spend 2.5% of our GDP on defence, which he thinks is terribly important because the world is a less secure place and he wants to ensure our security. And he's now saying, look, these are the things I've achieved, this is my plan for the future, and he's going to the country with that plan. And I think he feels that it's the right time, having set out his stall, to go to the country, and I back him in that.
Is he going to the country with a plan, or is he going to the country with a promise and a bit of hope that people are going to trust him on it? Because if you look at some of the things he's talking about, yes, inflation is 2.3%, but parts of inflation are pretty sticky, and probably a lot of people aren't feeling the benefit of that yet. He's talked about Rwanda, but he knows flights aren't going to get off before the election. He's talked about waiting lists coming down, but there's still more than 7 million. He's only have 14 years. He's been going Queensland government is going to get better soon.
That, all of what you say is correct, and but what we've been through with it, and what you didn't mention is the national debt is very high as a percentage of GDP, and he has got a plan to keep that down. We've gone through a pandemic, he's lost a lot of money. He was Chancellor, he brought in Furley, he supported 900,000 jobs, and that's in Scotland alone. And he then had the issues with Ukraine and the cost of living, and he brought forward to support the cost of living of £3,600 for an average family. And he has obviously now got a plan to both get on top of that debt, to deal, as you say, with he's brought forward his Rwanda bill, and that will be our manifesto. And he's saying to the country, this is the plan I have. I don't believe the Labour Party have a plan. I think it was on question time last night.
Well, we're on any questions, so we can ask them.
Well, very good. Well, we saw that there was difficulties there last night to get from the Labour member of the panel to get straightforward answers to those plans. So that's where he is. He said, everyone knows what Richard's plan is, and he just has laid it out for the country.
Okay. Will the forthcoming general election benefit the country? Kate Forbes.
Because I think the polls show that the public are sick of the current Conservative government, and we're obviously holding this in the Highlands, which has seen the impact of the Conservative government's most damaging policies. We know that we have challenges around depopulation, and yet this current government seems obsessed with damaging immigration policies. In 2017, after years of campaigning by victims and their families, chaired by Sir Brian Langstaff, the inquiry investigated the systemic failures over why men, women and children were given blood and blood products infected with HIV and hepatitis C from the 1970s to early 1990s. Approximately 30,000 people were infected and more than 3,000 have died, with one person estimated to die every 4 days in the UK. Those affected received infected blood via transfusions, such as women following childbirth, people with haemophilia, predominantly males, and others with bleeding disorders who received contaminated blood products. Around 1,250 people with bleeding disorders, including 380 children, were infected with HIV. Fewer than 250 are still alive today. Some transmitted HIV to their partners. Claire Walton, who gave evidence to the inquiry, has been campaigning for years for wives and partners who became infected to be heard and acknowledged. Nuala started by asking Claire why it was so important for her to give evidence at the inquiry.
It was really important that I, as someone who was infected with husband, would acknowledge and the evidence was put into the public domain. Because until that time, and still, when the scandals mentioned, here was 12,052 men who were infected with HIV, and also oversaw hepatitis C tonight as well. But you don't hear it often. Many wives were infected. You just don't get that with them. And in fact, there was a press release that went out at the time from the lawyers I was with at that time, not with them now. But they put a press release out saying 12 or 53 women who were actually infected with HIV was only sort of a couple, whatever it was, about 200 that were left alive at that time. More had died since. And I said, you've not mentioned about the wives were infected. But you knew a figure roughly about 70 wives. But then you have to do it. And I was told it's a press release, and you have to make the press release snap. And I said, what for? 31 men. Can we speak about your story? Your husband, as you mentioned, cognitive disorder, haemophilia. You got married young, and when you were 23, and then a couple of years later, he was told that he had HIV and AIDS virus. That's how it was put to you back then. What was he told about how he contracted it and the prognosis? He was told it was through the blood cancer, but he was told that how it, because by that time it was beginning to I was actually 21 when I got married. Yes, so it was 1983. In fact, tomorrow would have been our 31st wedding anniversary. So that's insane. So in 1983 we started a today but by the early 1985 he was called into practice. What's known now is that's correct, actually. And he was talking about and that was it. It was it.
But you were so young. How did both of you cope at that time?
We were just standing. We didn't have it. We didn't have support. We just basically, we got to there's nothing that they follow up. And this is the thing that I've discovered here in the Bible, which is quite shocking, is that people have asked us what was the support? We've been doing this service devastating. I was 26. And we've asked us 30 years of what counselling. Because the ages of the counselling, the way we have been doing it.
You were caring for your husband, then 2 years later in 1987, through him, you also tested positive for HIV, as I understand it. But it was your husband who told you. Can you explain that to us?
It was testing me, and we decided we couldn't cope. We just took off on holiday that we couldn't afford. On the flight on the way over, finally, I turned to Brian, my husband, and I said, "Look, I never got the result of the test." And he said, "Oh, yes, I did. They told him." They told him, not me. Why? Again, this is the way we were treated. It's a very...
But so many questions about that there. I mean, in the fact that it went to him instead of to you, there's even hidden privacy medical concerns, but also just on a personal level, you've got the rest of that flight with your husband Brian to try and understand what this means.
Trying to understand what's happened to you is trauma on trauma. And again, you asked me why I go that way. Yes, there are things to have to say. What happened to my husband? People die in the things themselves. To watch the pain that they went through, to have those early years of dying out. And then also, when there is concord recovery, overdose or infected, there's a different path. He was really worried about me in the last part of his life, and this doesn't mean that he's done this. What's going to happen to my health is really understanding. And I said to him, all right. And I think, to this day, I don't think I was just wanting to have them die. But out of that, so he was talking about me, I was talking about things like my own health and tend to account for. But out of that, then, it's how we were treated as a widow within the system, how we were not supported. And that's part of what I'm hoping Savannah will report on.
And your husband Brian moved on to just the age of 34 in 1993, so we are 31 years since that happened, and I'm so sorry for your loss. But I do remember that time really through the 80s and 90s, at the time when I was growing up as well. There were ads that were terrifying about AIDS. They were, in public spaces. They showed tombstones, for example. They talked about it being a deadly disease. There was so much stigma around it. How was it trying to live through that, care for your husband, while also knowing you had the virus yourself?
I think we just shut down. We shut ourselves in. We shut ourselves away from society. I think we didn't want. I think that's what I mean with the working as I did. People really wanted to have family, so I have no family. So look, but it was hard. Over the years, it was the silence and not being able to talk to us that actually traumatized me. And maybe they didn't do me right. Another reason for giving evidence is to realise just how poor we are. bad one.
I remember when I was younger, I spent my life for my age world, and I worked very alone. I still keep working close to my age world, and I lived alone after my husband died, and I think I just went into myself. And so I have find it very difficult to be amongst, not so like cult or people who have families here, with my age group, who have had children. You know, I never had children, I never watched them go off to university, and that's sad, but you can't be sad, I can deny it. And also my potential, my career has been, very hard. I would have carried on for quite a while. It's been dreadfully hard. It was what my careers are, and that's very long to find that those of us that we're going to get on tonight. Where are you able to tell people about it? That's probably why I still don't stay. There will be people listening to this radio and you know, like, again, I gave evidence. There was a sort of shower of publicity around that. And afterwards, had a note on my door, was Paul McCollum, and said, these three things just didn't work. And, kind of praised me for my courage. And that's, I think, I'm beginning to understand about what's happening. Even the sort of, even dehumanise the people that are living as a community, within the homophobia community, really terribly. But I'm actually beginning to realise just how I've survived that. It's been said that the funding pot to compensate people affected by the scandal could be more than $10 billion. In 2022, following advice from the inquiry, the government made interim payments of £100,000 each to a few thousand surviving victims and bereaved partners, and I believe you were one of them. Did that help you? Well, for start, I question this because it said that it would take payments to all property that were all bereaved. I've never paid for my husband. I think that where they pay out. But the payment for myself has been useful. It's enabled me to get the past hurt. Help. It doesn't pay back the financially. How would you calculate that? Have you thought about that? I've thought about it. I've lost my husband. I lost him and I lost our life. I've scraped me. I'm scraping to curb my hurt. There are ways of working it out. That's what it is. We should be looking at that. Of course, I lost and also about our health care. People are affected to save money. Nobody talks about their ongoing health concerns. And also learning about people dying now. And how were they in their last few months or years ago? Did they get COVID? So financially, that will make sure that we are fit and have the health that we need going forward for the rest of our lives. And so, as someone who has lost so much and also a very uncertain future, because we don't know any of the morbidity, how the health care needs I will always that week that Brian died, you said you'll be okay. Are you okay? As I say, I've been traumatized by it. And also, I was getting on with my life, but I was looking back and the things that I've masked. Because I've sort of become a woman who tries to deal with people very creatively. I want to try to live and try to be as positive as I can. But I'm dealing with human beings, and this inquiry has traumatized me. So Yeah. It was the day I gave it really, really shows being but that was 5 years ago, and I thought I'd be able to move on and still waiting another 5 years. 5 years ago. What do you think Grandma thinks she's doing this interviews? You know, I think we really
That was Claire Walton talking to Nima earlier this week. Following the full report on Monday, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, said in a statement, today's report shows a decades-long moral failure at the heart of our national life. I want to make a wholehearted and unconditional apology. Now, how many of us can say we were a child going on international tours as a teenager and near post that was? This is really cool. But in spite of a groundbreaking career as a virtuoso performer, the pianist and composer Clara Schumann still isn't well known by many, or she's known more for being the devoted wife to Robert Schumann. Well, to celebrate the life and music of Clara Schumann in her own right, concert pianist Lucy Parham is bringing her illustrated concert I, Clara to Wigmore Hall this June. Previously, it's been performed with help from Julia Stevenson, Patricia Hodge and Joanna David, but this time Lucy is joined by gorgeous Dame Harriet Walter. Well, on Friday, Lucy Parham and Harriet Walter joined me in the studio to perform an excerpt from their concert with Clara, and I began by asking Harriet how she felt about this particular job.
Well, I've done some other programs with her, so she does these wonderful profiles where you combine the live letters and readings from the actual composers, and particularly I was interested in Clara Schumann because, as you say, she's not known in the way that her husband was, and no one's saying she's quite up there with Robert Schumann, but she is a fantastically good composer in her own right, and we don't know enough about her.
Well, let's find out. Lucy, tell us, give us a quick intro into Clara. Who was she?
The interesting thing is that in her lifetime, she was much more famous than her husband Robert. We know the life of Robert Schumann, of course, but she was Robert Schumann. She was really playing concerts, when she was 6, 7, 8 years old. She was basically a female version of Mozart. And then she married Robert Schumann, and she performed all his work. She was a standbearer for his works, and basically, in my mind, she's Superwoman. She had 8 children. 8 children. In fact, she was pregnant, I believe.
was Lucy Parham performing Clara Schumann's romancing E-flat minor Opus 11 No. 1, and Dame Harriet Walter and I, Clara is at Wigmore Hall on Sunday, 16th of June. On Monday's programme, we are talking about muses. How did muses go from the fiery, ancient Greek all-woman collectors to the successes posing for male artists? Who are the inspirational muses, and why are they nearly always overshadowed by the artist? And what's in it for the muse? Nura talks to novelist and 1960s muse Claire Tree, investigates the life of Picasso's weeping woman Dora Maar, and speaks to classicist Edith Hall about why the nine muses are a force to be reckoned with. That's all from me. Enjoy the rest of your bank holiday.
Weekend Woman's Hour was presented by Anisha Rani and produced by Annette Jones. In half an hour, the author Catherine Moran is discussing whether boys are frightened of feminism in political thinking with Nick Robinson at half past 1.
On BBC iPlayer, we've created the greatest painkiller in the history of human civilization. A hit drama inspired by a true story. Less than 1% of the
situation as a dark cloud hanging over the election. The Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey agreed, promising his party would do so. Leader of the SNP, John Swinney, suggested neither the Tories nor Labour would end what he called 14 years of austerity. Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has also been forced to defend his party's rebranding plan for workers' rights after the leader of the Unite Union, Sharon Graham, described it as having more holes than a Swiss cheese.
More than 10,000 migrants have arrived in the UK so far this year, crossing the Channel. Almost 188 people were yesterday in 5 boats. A teenage boy has been arrested on suspicion of murder after 2 women were stabbed on a beach in Bournemouth last night. One woman has died, the other is in hospital. From Bournemouth, here's Greg McKenzie.
A mile-long stretch of Jewellery China Beach remains closed as police continue their investigation. Just before midnight, 2 women were stabbed. One who's 34 died, and the second woman, who's 38, was taken to hospital with serious injuries. Both are from the nearby pool area. A 17-year-old boy from Lancashire has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder and is being questioned at a local police station. Officers say they will patrol the area with a visible presence over the next few days to reassure the community.
Israel's military has launched a criminal investigation into one of the soldiers threatening the isolation unit. The government failed to victory over Hamas. The video of the Martian soldier said he and other reservists would completely handle Gaza for Palestinian control. He said we would take orders only from the Prime Minister and not from the Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant. As more Palestinian groups are associated with Hamas or in worry across Gaza. Ukraine says a Russian airstrike has struck a busy superstore in others. The attacks have been huge fire that emergency crews are battling. Today, local officials say anything are or our international editor, Jeremy Bond, is at the scene. So we've arrived at the site of the explosion. It's in a big shopping centre. The kind of place where you have large car parks and great big stores. So this is a DIY superstore. What locals have said is that something like 4:30 in the afternoon, I was hit by 2 live bombs, which are large bombs dropped off from aircraft. And there, as I speak now, there are emergency services. There are great big column of smoke pouring out of all of this. And yeah, it's a hell of a big fire. An aircraft has crashed in a field near our Coningsby in Lincolnshire. One person was on board, nobody else has been involved. Police and emergency services are at the scene. The BBC understands the aircraft is a Second World War Spitfire from the Iron Base.
Thanks, Richie. Is the economy stupid? The election slogan for Bill Clinton's 1992 campaign in America. The political parties battling it out here on the campaign trail over the next few weeks will get a similar warning from the independent think tank Institute for Fiscal Studies about financial and economic challenges for the reforms of the next government. The IFS is calling for an open and robust discussion about how the parties will tackle those challenges, while both Labour and the Conservatives are furnishing their credentials on that. Chancellor Jeremy Hunt has said his party manifesto will include a promise to reduce taxes for working people, while the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says public spending must be kept under control. Our political correspondent, Lena Nathu, is with us in the studio now. What's the idea?
It's certainly in terms of everyone standing down, the parties are having really influential things like Michael Gove standing down at this election, but also Labour side does. So people like Margaret Hodge, Margaret Beckett, Harriet Harman, really these women have been in Parliament for a really long time and votes for the Labour Party. But I don't think they'll be missing that experience because I would not be surprised at all if pretty sharp votes and people are appointed to the House of Lords. So I think they can benefit from their experience while remaining in Parliament while actually having a remarkably young cohort of MPs coming in at this election. It looks like the number of candidates who are selected for this election, they're so young, they're so diverse, and they'll be hoping that they can put all different kinds of seats across the country as well because of the efficiency of their vote and how it's spread across the country. So that will be really interesting to see how that affects how Parliament works and also in terms of party management, how Keir Starmer deals with that having such a diverse party.
Is there anything about the explicit so many MPs on Conservative parties that wait for the future soul of the Tory party?
Well, obviously it has less effect in a losing election than a winning election, having lots of MPs standing on, because you simply lose a lot. So they don't then shape the initial the calibre of Parliamentary Conservative Party is a little bit out of date now because of the number of people standing on. But there was some recent research by two academics, Tim Bale and David Jeffrey, which actually found that in the short term, in terms of the next Parliament, in their skills to defeat the balance of power in the Parliamentary Conservative Party doesn't change. I think the interesting thing will be if you think back to how the Cameron era and the reinvention of the Conservative Party happened. Cameron was born into Parliament in 2001. Someone like Michael Gove entered Parliament in 2005. I think that future development of the party, this next Parliament, assuming that they do this office, will be spent having a reckoning with what went wrong and coming up with a solution.
Henry Hill. Henry, I'm so sorry, your line is dropping out a lot, so I think we shall end it there. But thank you very much to you both, Henry Hill of Conservative Home, Sienna Rogers of Background. The cross-party group of MPs wants the next government to consider within its first year a statutory ban on mobile phones in schools, as well as a ban on smartphones for children under the age of 16. A report released today by the Education Committee says the harms of constant smartphone use outweigh the benefits for most young children. But parents and many young people say they have mixed feelings about the idea. Some young teenagers told us how they use their smartphone.
Basically, the only application I use on it is WhatsApp, which I just use for contacting my friends. I do much prefer face-to-face contact with them. If you don't use it like a lot and if you limit your screen time, then it's not that bad. But obviously, if you're on it for the whole day, then it is quite bad.
I was smartphone when I was 14, and I found it quite stressful, mostly because of this one function I had. I found it really stressful because every time someone was possibly text me, I'd have to answer immediately, and that would include at night.
MP Vicky Ford is MP for Chelmsford and sits on the Education Committee. She joins us on the line now.
Good afternoon.
So what were the statistics about children and their smartphones that would typically either shocked or informed the committee when you were taking evidence?
So the committee's been taking evidence for a number of months about the impact of just wider screen time on children. One of the shocking statistics was the number of children who've been seen, for example, violent pornography online, but also the number of children, more than 4 out of 5 girls experiencing threatening or upsetting behaviour on children, upsetting behaviour when they're online. And children also, we know, can experience sexual abuse online. Now, we know that being online has many benefits, but we've also heard a lot about
the thing is always a bad idea because what it does is it pushes it off into dark corners and it means that you can't talk about it openly. One of the things I think actually encourage people to do is just see what their kids are doing online, help them understand to navigate the online world.
are our fears around what smartphones may or may not be doing to youth in Spain, even younger children, based on verifiable facts?
No, I mean, the evidence is actually quite good for harm. There's been quite a lot of work done. Most recently, an enormous database, an enormous database of people that showed actually there are positive impacts of being online for young people. And young people themselves have got positive impacts as well. So, I mean, at best, the stuff that people are always talking about is correlation. And there are lots of reasons for rises in mental health problems. And young kids really depend on smartphone use.
Media literacy is what you're suggesting. Easier said than done, because I mean, teachers at all levels, are they themselves social media literate enough to take on that?
I mean, that's a really good question. I think, as we say, it takes a village to raise a child, and that means parents, society, family, friends, and schools, and helping to really understand the world that they're navigating. What are they seeing? Where is it likely to be harmful? What is it not useful for? And it's useful for things like a school for the Wiles, which we can play to do the homework. I think it's a bigger challenge than perhaps the education committee's report might suggest.
What about the parents themselves, though? Because if they try and handle a, say, perhaps a limited child, they might want to isolate the child from school if they're trying to limit that access, which is an argument in favour of legislating this and putting government and society.
Why should people legislate on use of phones? That's the thing. I've got something that favours the non-state narrative. But again, children use, we know that teens and children use phones socially. They're going to have to learn to use phones to navigate banking, knowledge, everything you do in life basically revolves around the phone. If you cut a child off from the phone until they're 16, that's going to create more problems in the future for them.
Okay, we must end it there. Thank you very much for coming into the studio today. A plant that was wiped out in the wild has been reintroduced to the UK mainland by the conservation charity Plantlife. Gloucester Habitat owns a collection of rosy saxifrage from extinction from the 1960s. You can see some of the bush will be none other there.
It's started to absolutely tip down the sky, and moving the grass stands to create a hole.
This is how the Blackwall Miles respected horticulturists.
Rock, goodness me. But saxifrage means rock break, so rock's not really a problem for this plant.
He's kneeling in the grass in a secret location in Eryri, Australia National Park. Listen to the care he takes with his plant in his hands.
They're so beautiful.
The devotion in his voice.
Simple white flowers, white petals, yellow centers to rise into the sky. I love this plant.
He's talking about a rosy saxifrage, part of a family of small mountain plants found across the UK. Plant hunters, especially Victorians, but it's as much as they can get their hands on, drawn to those beautiful flowers. But this hunting and then habitat loss drove the plant to extinction on the mainland. But if it disappeared, how can one be recording it in To tell this story fully, my colleague and I traced the steps of a teacher, Dick Roberts, who went on a mountain walk.
Don't fall over.
It's a remote, harsh place, a lake surrounded by Eryri's mountain peaks.
We're nearly there.
In 1962, Dick Roberts was here on a school trip when he saw a piece of the plant rolling down a path. He picked it up, put it in his pocket, and that moment became the last time Rosy saxifrage was ever seen in the wild.
We've made it up to Tuscany or Devil's Kitchen where the last specimen of this plant was found, and it's the descendants of that are going to be planted out again into the wild.
From the canyon at Tuscany, the plant went to Dick Roberts' garden. Robbie was given a cutting 10 years ago. He nurtured it in his nursery for rare plants. Well, we found him a few weeks ago.
The tree species over there, there's only about 30 of those in the wild in the world.
That's amazing.
But this is rosy saxifrage. It's a very unusual situation. Here we've actually got descendants of that original Welsh material reintroduced something that's become extinct back to the wild
grown from cuttings and cuttings and cuttings.
Well, these projects are small in the grand scheme of things, but set against the backdrop of the dramatic loss of nature in the UK, it matters. Professor of Conservation Julia Jones from Bangor University explains that in 40 years we've lost almost 20% of our native species due to climate change, intensive land use and pollution.
Each generation understands less and less about how much we're missing because we've lost just so much. But being able to talk about bringing a species back will ignite people's interest and make people think about what we've lost and what we can get back.
This is the first one going in the ground, which is absolutely brilliant.
People still illegally collect plants, and to protect the rhodopactor branch, we're not telling you the exact location of its new home. National Trust Ranger Reese Weldon Roberts will be watching it closely.
Keeping an eye out essentially every day, and you'll let Robbie know what's going on, how plants are getting on. Hopefully it will be successful in years to come. People who visit coming, they'll see this plant that hope is no longer there, income as well.
So, in it goes. In it goes. That's a pretty tremendous moment. I'm absolutely over the moon. In Welsh we have a wonderful word, adferiad, which kind of means restitution and restoration, and this is part of that process for the mountains of Wales. Beautiful, gentle rain ending episode from This weekend, a new author will hand over their contribution to the Future Library project. It's a long-term, long-term artwork by the Scottish artist Katie Pearson. Two creations from hundreds of series of literature from across the world over the course of 100 years. Every year, from 2015, the writer is creating a new manuscript project, which will remain unpublished and unread until 2114. Authors who've already written works for it include Margaret Atwood, David Mitchell, and British-Turkish novelist Ella Shafak, who contributed hers in 2017. I asked Ella Shafak how prescriptive the guidelines have been for this project.
It's entirely down to each author. I mean, you could write a very, very short piece. It could be fiction, non-fiction. It's really, really up to you. And no one will see what you've written, the manuscript, until 100 years' time from now on. So, yeah, it's entirely up to the author.
Does it feel odd as a writer that this particular manuscript won't be read, won't be seen by anyone for this length of time?
It is a question I've been asking myself as I was working on this project and writing. I won't know whether anyone will read it in 100 years' time, what they will think about it. It created quite mixed feelings in me. Of course, when we're writing as novelists, we're very solitary creatures. You know, we're on our own for weeks, for months, for years in a small room, without quite knowing if our words are going to mean anything to anyone. But when the book is out, and when you're looking at book festivals, and when a reader comes, they come from a completely different part of the world, or a very different background, when they come and they say, you know what, I read your book, and it touched my heart, and it meant a lot to me. That is incredibly precious. So taking part in the Future Library was a bit like, you know, writing a letter and putting it in a glass bottle and just leaving it in the river, trusting that the river will take it to someone and it will mean something to someone in the future.
And if you think of the kind of issues that you, that other novelists write and care about, be they migration, identity, women's rights, which of those, if any of them, do you think will still be relevant to readers in 100 years?
Which one of these themes will be relevant for, you know, people in 100 years' time?
Well, we all presumed to just be feminists, and suddenly they were saying things like, feminism has gone too far, it's easier to be a woman than a man, and they sounded angry. And whenever you meet a cohort of people who are angry, you tend to know that means that they're scared underneath, because anger is just beer brought to the boil. So it's like, okay, well, what scares you about it? What scares you about feminism? What do you think you don't have? And I thought, well, that's the jumping off point for a book. Like, what is it about this young generation now that means that they have turned against feminism?
In the introduction to the book, you talk about a sort of focus group of young men and friends. And I guess that you were quite shocked by what you heard about.
Hugely, yes. I mean, this is like North London kind of art college territory. These are boys with long hair who are wearing nail varnish, and who are against, racism and sexism and homophobia. And yet, when it comes to feminism, they just seem to think that this has given women an advantage that they don't have. And my presumption was, once I did the interviews and did the research and started writing, is that these boys were jealous. Because the girls have invented something, women and girls have invented something, feminism, which in the last 10 or 15 years has meant that it has never been a better time to be a woman. You can go into any bookstore and find books about 100 kick-ass girls in history. We're always running lists in newspapers about, 50 women who are going to change the world. We don't have that for young boys. Just in this course of a generation, we've taken our eye off the boys and they feel angry.
Did you always feel a responsibility because you had done much of that writing in your columns at the Times and the books that you've written?
Yes.
For and about women, and you had made it cool.
Well, I'm a mother. I feel responsible for everything.
And a mother.
Yes, I'm a mother, and also I'm the eldest of 8 children, so as a big sister, you just feel responsible for everybody. So, yeah, there was a sense of fairness. And also, I was slightly annoyed that I hadn't noticed it early because having 2 girls, I just wasn't really aware what was happening to young men. And suddenly realising that their world was so different to girls of the same generation, I was like, no, this isn't fair. And I like fairness. I like everyone to have a fair crack at the whip.
It's interesting that because some people who know your writing know it purely for the laughs.
Yes.
I think others don't. But if they're listening to you discuss this for the first time, Caroline should be very serious.
Well, that's because I'm talking to you. I mean, I listen to the Today Show every morning, and I have to say I usually listen to it while I'm doing my yoga, so listening to you means that I'm automatically relaxing my gluteal one. So I'm in a kind of sort of pre-yogic state.
It's pretty very attractive. That's it. The women is just stimulation.
I managed to get through it. It focuses on it. No, well, the thing about being serious about this is that when you look at the stats on this, they're quite shocking. Like, there's a bit at the beginning of the book where I'm listing the census of having taken our eye off the ball for boys for one generation, and it's that boys are more likely to be medicated at school because of disruptive behaviour. They're more likely to be excluded. They're less likely to go on to further education. They're more likely to be addicted to drugs, alcohol, or pornography. They make up the majority of the prison population and the homeless population. The leading cause of death for men under the age of 50 is suicide, and 1 in 4 men over the age of 40 said they have no close friends. Like, that's a really serious problem with one half of the population, which hasn't been given a name. We're not looking at it as a systemic thing. And although there are lots of marks in the book that I wrote about it, like kind of like,
there are.
Yes, thank you. I mean, there's a whole chapter of conflicts, so we get to there quite quickly. It's also a very passionate plea for young men to start wearing bigger trousers, because I think sort of post Love Island, the tightness of young men's trousers is literally twice as it's like seeing an X-ray of men's testicles that they will usually towards you, and it can't be comfortable. It's not what you need. It's no good for anybody.
Now, you mentioned your upbringing.
Yes.
And quite a lot of people will know about that. There is a book.
Oh,
There is a film.
There's a
TV series. It's all there.
And one of the most recurrent things for readers of the Times is they write in and just go, oh, I'm so glad to see that Catherine Moran mentioned once again that she was raised on benefits in a council house in Wolverhampton. So I'm aware. With 8 children. And I was so educated.
And now, crucially, I guess for this conversation, it is the role of your dad in that, the role of the principal man in your life before you got married.
He would love to hear you say that.
Oh, really?
He will sample that. He's a magician. He will sample that and just compose a rap track with you saying principal man in your life over and over again.
Good, we'll play out the today podcast. Make sure it's in. But how does your experience with him shape what you think now about that body?
He's at like kind of one of those sort of cultural, political, generational crossroads. So he was raised in extreme poverty, youngest of 7 kids, bombed out of like 5 houses during the war. His mum worked in a munitions factory. And then at the age of 15, he just had enough of being poor, faked his age in transport, and joined the rock and roll gold rush. And so formed a band and went off all around Germany following the footsteps of the Beatles. And by the time I was born, he'd been diagnosed with arthritis and was disabled and was on benefits in a council house in Wolverhampton. He always thought that he was going to get another crack at the whip, sort of like musically. So we were raised, it was very, I mean, we loved anything and music, that whole Islamic millionaires was very much the story of us. Yeah, he was just someone would sign him again. And so at one point, I took it upon myself to learn the names of all of Bob Geldof's children, because I presumed that I would be in London in next year and they would be in school with me, so it was research. Yeah, but he was self-taught. He was an autodidact. He was left-handed. He'd had his left hand cycled about as a child. He'd been beaten by nuns. He was a Catholic. And so he was very much educating himself. So he was just like, libraries are the thing that there are greatest treasure. Because you don't have any stuff with your benefits. There was nothing really in our house, but we could go to the second building where we could take out as many books as we wanted and put them into our heads. And the theoretical thinking opened was like a door that you're opening and jumping into another world. And so his whole thing was like, we're rich. You know, we can have as many books as we want. We've got this council house that we're paying £10 a week rent in. We've got a garden. Like, none of you are hungry. Like, we are rich beyond anything I could imagine when I was a child. But beyond benefits, every year there would be a review of the benefits, and there was just always this thing they were going to cut it so that you wouldn't have enough money to eat, or that they wouldn't cover the rent and you would be homeless. And we read a lot of Victorian fiction, so I was very aware of Charles Dickens' chronicling of what a bag of shit it was to live in a pre-welfare state. So I didn't want to live a defensive life, and that was the threat that was always implicit.
And you felt that was real?
Oh, yeah, hugely. I mean, like...
You tell a story in one of your books about the birthday gift that you had to give back.
Yes, a fiver, yeah, exactly. I mean, I was given £5, and then 2 days later it was needed back to pay rent or a gas bill. Another birthday, I was given £5, and that really didn't need it back for a bit, so I went on all these really to go party and invited my friend over. I'd made my own cake, I bought my own biscuits, and then an hour before, my mum was like, your dad doesn't have friends, like, do not want to have a bar. By that point I realised he was quite sort of emotionally unwell, and sort of people weren't allowed in the house. And there was one time I was talking to a woman, I was trying to explain what it was like to be poor, and she just didn't get it. I was saying all these different stories, like, you know, when our door got kicked in, we couldn't mend it, so we just had to nail it up and climb out of the window. And she was still like, oh, sounds quite jolly, quite fun to climb out of a window. And in the end, convinced her, I was like, you know what it's like when your phone is on 4% battery, and you know you can't charge it, and you're out all day. It's like that forever. Right? You're on 4% battery, and you know you've got one call, and that's it. And then anything else that happens to you, you cannot use that phone, it's dead. That's what it's like to be poor. You might have one shake of dice, and then that's it. And at that point, you went, oh, she's been poor. I was like, oh my god, 4%? And it's like, because I always carry a battery pack. I was like, oh yes, having guarantees carrying a battery pack around. People who are poor don't have the battery pack. That's the difference.
It's a fascinating metaphor, because even as you began it, I started to feel anxious. You get that sort of terrible anxiety.
Biggest anxiety of the 21st century.
Which brings us back to boys and men and the book. Because some argue phones are the problem. That essentially it is what boys are seeing and wanting on their mobile phone, usually by their that is giving them an idea of the better deal that they could get and the rough deal that they're getting.
I mean, there's probably a lot in that, in that what you need to look at is what happened first, which was there was a silence and a vacuum. So around about 2010, so quick history of the internet, all the way through the noughties in 2010 to the early 2010s was the worst time to be a woman since the post-war era. This is the era of Britney Spears, upsurge, lots of people following Amy Winehouse everywhere. The way that people wrote and talked about women was wild. It was just hateful. It was so awful to me. Then this new sort of wave of feminism came along that was much more kind of like shameless and loving, and like we talk about being women, and we are going to really concentrate on feminism being a new thing and make sure the next generation of girls feel positive, they understand what feminism is and they feel good about themselves. And they do. So many schools don't have a feminist group. If you didn't have feminist parents or a feminist group at school, you can go online and find Beyonce and blogs and TV shows, and we've just got this incredible self-generated energy to make girls feel good about themselves. We haven't done that for boys. So in this last generation, if you're a 15-year-old boy, if you're your memories from sort of post-2011, this wave of feminism, you would have grown up in a world where you see basically women dominating. And the story all the time is like, women are great! Straight white men, not so much. Typical men, kind of men screwed it up, toxic masculinity, the patriarchy. Of course all those things exist, but you're a 15-year-old boy, you don't feel part of the patriarchy.
And into that vacuum comes Andrew Tate.
Exactly, Andrew Tate, yeah. These were, sadly, the liberal left dropped a generation. We just took our eye off the ball for one generation, and so there was a vacuum, and into which people like Andrew Tate, extreme online didn't have jobs, they didn't have any kind of sort of financial or political power, because they believe the reason that modern boys and men are happy is because they have lost the power over women, and if they can go back and have power over women again, they'd be happy. And my argument would be, it's not power over women that would make you happy, you need empowerment. We need to learn the empowerment that women have through feminism. We learn how to educate ourselves. We learn how to talk to each other. We learn how to self-soothe through our negative emotions. We learn to talk to each other about these people. That's what makes people happy.
It's got to do with that. I mean, for people that haven't heard what he says, I don't know what he says in the forecast, but he's an example. Females are the ultimate status symbols of the UK. People think I'm running around with these hose because I like sex. That's nothing to do with the reason why I'm running around with these bitches and take rights. I've got these bitches just like you're noting the dog is.
One of the big theories, as yet unproven by any major scientific or medical establishment, is that after the age of 24, women are useless as fathers because they've had too much dick. But the presumption is that basically the vagina erodes with too much sex, and presumably the penis does as well. So we're all in trouble. But it doesn't happen. It's fine.
We are all in trouble, as you said, Brendan gives a really good list of quite horrifying statistics you get. So look, what do we do? Do we ban mobile phones? Do we ban Andrew Tate? What do we do?
First thing, lots of people have joked me on, and would you think there should be an equalities minister for men as well? Sort of like, there's one for women, do you think we should have one for men? Well, yeah, because if it's equality, then you've only got one for women. It's not equal, is it? And there are clearly problems with boys and men at the moment that aren't being addressed.
To hear you say that, because often the angry boys, the boys who watch Andrew Tate, will say when it's International Women's Day, where's International Men's Day?
19th of November. Well, the reason that I would like there to be an equalities minister for us to talk about this, and one of the reasons why I wrote the book as well, is that like the reason that men get really angry about International Women's Day, a column about this in the Times a couple of years ago, we've got an enormous tract of mine just going like, we just need to have more equalities. Just like particularly, it was the time of like sort of Trump being in and kind of that rise of kind of like strong men across the world, and just particularly that kind of man's inability to apologise. It just drives an electorate crazy because it's like you're being constantly gaslit. It's like, oh, you've done anything that is wrong, we're just going to forget that and trundle on to the future.
Should try engineering.
I think, well, this is why everybody loves to listen to interviews. They're all just like, yeah, just admit you screwed up. We all need that moment, we need that catharsis. We all just need to cry and go, that went really, really badly wrong. And that would make a huge amount of difference. But this is what concerns me about politics. Because no one ever has that moment where they kick around the roof there and they go, yeah, I was screwed up. I'm really sorry.
You know above all for being a feminist, and you will know there is a phenomenon, not least of this issue, about whether feminists have to stand up for women's rights in opposition to yes. And both sides are suspecting there's capital hands going. Why do you think that's it?
Well, I think I've deliberately stayed out of the debate because, first of all, I've seen nothing being solved on social media at all. Apart from huge amounts of profit flowing into every single social media platform because this issue has become so divisive that everyone is told that they have to take a side, and then you have to endlessly argue it out. And that's not how things get done. This was the first big progressive sort of like human rights issue that happened in the entire social media age, and I think it's very interesting and instructive that it's been most divisive. I just don't think you would see this kind of polarisation if everybody had just been able to sit in the room and talk about it together.
But for those who think, and it is sometimes said about all sorts of people that take a position on this issue, just to want to be unpopular with one side or another. Now back onto a situation where things can start to improve and get better.
Writing in the Daily Telegraph, the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt appeared to signal that the Conservatives would look to ease what he described as distortions in the tax system for higher earners. The SNP leader, John Swinney, also on the campaign trail, suggested there was no real difference between the two biggest parties at Westminster.
We've had 14 years of austerity from the Conservatives. The Labour Party is not proposing to depart from austerity. The only way that Scotland can get out of austerity is to have the power in Scotland to take those decisions for ourselves.
Earlier, a leading think tank, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, had urged both the Conservatives and Labour to have open and robust discussions about the tough choices they will face on the economy if they're elected. It described the UK's financial situation as a dark cloud hanging over the election. Speaking on a visit to Chichester in West Sussex, the Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davies, said he agreed with the IFS.
When we publish our costing manifesto, all our spending programmes will be fully costed, and we will say that there may be some
on taxes that need to go up. We are the ones talking about the windfall tax on the oil and gas companies. I've already made clear that the tax cuts to the big banks the Conservatives have given since 2015, they need to be reversed.
The economy is likely to be one of the key battlegrounds in this election. Expect to hear a lot more about the party's plans in the coming weeks.
The number of people who have crossed the Channel to the UK in small boats so far this year has passed 10,000. 288 people arrived yesterday, taking the total to 10,170. That's the highest number at this point in the year since comparable records began in 2018, and 35% more than this time last year. The Home Office said it was continuing to work closely with its French partners to prevent crossings and save lives. Ukraine says a Russian airstrike has hit a busy store in the northeastern city of Kharkiv. At least 2 people were killed and 11 have been reported missing. President Zelensky said there could have been 200 people inside that time. Our international editor Jeremy Bond is there.
So we've arrived at the site of the explosion. It's in a big shopping centre, the kind of place where you have large car parks and great big stores. So this is a DIY soup store. Saturday afternoon will be a perfect time to go and visit something like that. And one of the, strange contrasts about the war is a lot of shops here are open even though the fighting isn't that far away. And what locals have said is that something like 4:30 in the afternoon, I was hit by 2 dive bombs, which are large bombs dropped off from aircraft. And there, as I speak now, there are emergency services. There are great big column of smoke pouring out of all of it. And it's a hell of a big fire. Fire responded to 7 people. People say that they progress sometimes to use profits from frozen Russian assets to help Ukraine's war effort. And the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said there was broad support for the idea, but she acknowledged that more work needs to be done ahead of the 70 years next month. Political parties in South Africa have been staging their final campaign rallies in the 2023 after 30 years of non-racial democracy. The African National Congress has been in government the entire time, but is facing its toughest challenge yet too. We will take up the high cost of living.
The president ended his speech with a call to free Palestine. His government has taken Israel to the International Court of Justice, which has ordered a halt to protests in Gaza. South Africans are more concerned about the lack of jobs, struggling inequality, and rising violent crime. Opposition rallies are also happening this weekend, and voters have 54 parties to choose from come Wednesday.
Indian officials say at least 20 people have died in a fire at an amusement arcade in the city of Rajkot in the western state of Gujarat. The authorities say most of them are children and investigations are still going on. 4 people arrested. Israel is the home of the framework to provide strong negotiations aimed at securing hostage in Gaza. Talks ground report headed Raqqa. Our correspondent Paul Adams is following developments from Jerusalem.
Ceasefire talks look set to resume sometime in the coming days. Reports in Israel suggest that American, Qatari and Israeli officials have agreed on a fresh set of proposals to put to Hamas. A senior Palestinian official told the BBC that Hamas was willing to respond to any new offer, repeated the group's core demands: a permanent ceasefire and a complete Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. In the meantime, fresh airstrikes have been reported from Rafah, where Israeli troops and armour remain close to but not yet inside the city itself. And in a war where videos on social media have captured a lot of attention, the Israeli army said it was investigating one in which an unidentified reservist threatens a mutiny unless the government pursues what he calls complete victory over Hamas. The video has been shared by Yair Netanyahu, the Prime Minister's son. The army said it represented a serious violation of military orders. Hamas also released a video today, the latest in a long line of cruel propaganda messages designed to play on the emotions of the families of hostages it still holds. It showed the blurred images of what Hamas said were captives killed by Israeli action in Gaza, and said the time was running out.
A teenager has been arrested on suspicion of murder after a woman was stabbed to death at a beach in Bournemouth last night. Another woman was seriously injured. Greg McKenzie reports from Bournemouth.
On
mile-long stretch of Jewellery Chain Beach remains closed as police continue thrilling fashion. Eric Ten Hag's team with a clear underdogs. Reports have suggested he's about to be sacked, but if he is, he'll leave on a high with a tactical triumph over Pep Guardiola, whose first defeat this was in 7 domestic cup finals with City. United's 2 first-half goals came from the 2 19-year-olds in the team. Alejandro Garnacho nipped in to score the first after Guardiola's misplaced header, and Kobbie Mainoo doubled the lead with a super finish to a fine boot. City had a couple of cases for a penalty. They upped their game in the second half. Haaland shot against the post. Alvarez missed a good chance. Dangerous substitute Bochum scored, but too late. So City were denied a double-double. And for United, this will be as sweet as any of their now 13 FA Cup successes.
As John Murray alludes to, there had been reports before the final that the United manager Eric Ten Hag would be sacked regardless of the result after an 8th place finish in the Premier League. But Ten Hag has preferred to focus on his team's efforts.
All the compliments to the team. They play very good to our identity, very strong. You have seen that we have the players on board, how we can play. Then in our philosophy, they are not even fit. Some are not even match fit. But I think the performance was very good.
Celtic beat Rangers 1-0 to win the Scottish Cup at Hampden Park. Amy Barber reports.
A first meeting between Scotland's big two in a Scottish Cup final for 22 years, and as it happened back then, this one also decided by a 90th minute winner. On this occasion, though, it was Celtic who found the magic moment. Adam Ida reacting quickest to ensure Celtic got their name etched on that Scottish Cup trophy for a 40-second time. Rangers gave Celtic their standard yet on the Felix Salon, but they couldn't find that bit of quality in the final third. So it is a lead and cup double for Celtic. The Brendan Rodgers returned to the club. They finished at Hampden. Celtic won, but just then.
The Celtic midfielder Matt O'Reilly says their win required tenacity.
Yeah, it's amazing to be a team for this club. The fans really made this club so special. I think today they really carried us through that game. It was a really tough day, but we know how to win. We know how to get across the line. We've been there before, and this club just knows how to fight.
Elsewhere was Barcelona 0, Lyon 0 in the Women's Champions League final in Bilbao. And in cricket, England have beaten Pakistan by 23 runs in the second T20.
The headlines again. Labour has defended its proposals on workers' rights after leaders say they had more holes than Swiss cheese. And Ukraine says Russia has bombed a crowded DIY store in eastern city of London. BBC News.
The news was presented by Vicky Alice. With the Chelsea Flower Show wrapping up this weekend, the garden designer Anne-Marie Powell is the subject of profile tonight. She campaigns for access to green spaces for everyone, no matter where they live. She'll be about Van Pack, but her at 7 o'clock. We're back in the rural splendour of the Hay Festival in a moment for Loose Ends. After a word about Broadcasting House tomorrow morning from Paddy O'Connor.
Hello, this is William Griffin. We unveil our election coverage, breaking the poll down to 5 battlegrounds. We meet our 100-year-old listener who helped prepare for D-Day as a wartime rep.
I don't know that I could use one now. I have no ear brass. There was, I think, for a time, the only respectable old lady in Chiswick public who would know how to use a machine gun.
Is Shakespeare tough for children? That is the question. Michael Morpurgo is on hand to answer no. PH is on Sounds Forever and here on BBC Radio 4 from 9 tomorrow.
Now on Radio 4, over to Clive Anderson.
Yes, thank you, and welcome to Loose Ends, coming this week from Britain's premier gathering of readers and writers, authors and artists, biographers and bibliophiles, the Hay Literary Festival. From here. We're not joined today by Joan Byers, Janice Joplin or Joni Mitchell, but if necessary, I'm sure we can have their voices expertly recreated by Jan Ravens, whose extensive range of impressions are such an interesting part of Radio 4's Dead Ringers. We'll be hearing from Jan in just a moment. And we have another memoir to consider. Viv Roberts takes us back to One Ukrainian Summer. That's the title of her book, in fact, to several seasons in the 1990s when Viv was getting her life together while the Soviet Union was falling apart. Also, we have excellent music performed by the Will Barnes Quartet and Alicia Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, the guests. Thank you
very much indeed. Let's start with Jan Ravens, who I could say is a familiar voice here on Radio 4. Of course, most of the time, Jan, you speak in the voices of others, politicians, TV presenters, VIPs and other celebrities. This is in the spherical sketch show Dead Ringers and many other programs and shows as well. Now, you've been doing this sort of thing for years. When you were on Spitting Image years ago?
I was on Spitting Image in the very early days, yes, because in like mid-80s.
Yeah.
So I think the first impression I was ever asked to do on Spitting Image, I think, was Mary Whitehouse. Oh. You know, the anti-pornography campaign. Now, I haven't seen this programme myself, but I've spoken to somebody who has, and they say it's disgusting. Claire Rayner, I used to be Claire Rayner, you never like any art. There was always running out of breath. She used to stop, would you do that to me? Tell me, would you ring me up? And she is, well, thank you. Yeah. And well remembered, everybody, as well.
But you benefited from the fact that there are more female politicians who've come to the fore in the last few years. And because back in the old days, obviously there was Margaret Thatcher, but I don't think you've got to do Margaret Thatcher on Spitting Image.
No, the Margaret Thatcher on Spitting Image was done by a man. So yes, the first time we get a female Prime Minister, and it was done by a guy called Stephen Allen. But he was absolutely brilliant. I mean, he kind of inhabits her, in rather a spooky way. You know how in The Crown, Gillian Anderson did Margaret Thatcher, but she did do that thing where she just kept it on one note all the time, so it was very much like this. Whereas Stephen Allen did that thing where he used to explain things to people, and it was very much more like very sort of patronising, but wanting people to understand what she said, and then she'd go very loud and naturally. Yeah.
But you were more recently, you were very delighted when Liz Truss became Prime Minister.
Yes, but it was short-lived.
You must have spent more time working up the impression than she did.
You know, when he was trying to negotiate the Brexit, he was a Brexit bulldog, you know, and it was one of the most popular characters, and yet people didn't really think it was that distinctive a voice, and sometimes they're the most interesting ones to do.
Yeah, well, I must have been cheaper on the radio.
Yes.
I haven't noticed a strong accent.
Well, she's sort of, she seems to have, she's sort of coming to her own again. She's sort of, you know, stop this, I'm just going to say what I want, you know, and I'm a middle-aged woman and I just don't care anymore. She always sort of seems, I don't want to use the word mousy, but she's definitely not mousy now.
The actual impression at the moment, how did you, and what did you develop this accent for mimics, something like that?
Well, I think it's a weird chip in your brain, mimicry, I think, and I guess it, you know, it was always there. And I started off doing my mum, who sort of sounded a bit, you know, we come from the northwest of England, so my mum sounded a bit like High UK, and she had all these friends called things like Fred and Barbara Bickersteth and Bill and Bunty Birkinshaw, and it felt like a bit of an anomaly. But then I started doing...
I have to say your work is really impressive.
Yeah, and then I guess I started doing like the teachers at school. Because I was quite shy when I was at primary school. I was quite a sort of scared little thing, and it was when I went to secondary school and I started doing, you know, it was a classic comedian's tale. It was, well, I became a glass clown and, you know, got all this affirmation, and now I'm completely screwed up like that, you know, needing applause from audiences.
Why?
Myself saying,
Why?
Money running out, there might be a Labour government, so you're going to have to work up something about the various...
Well, I quite think Weights and Thieves, because Weights and Thieves seems to have caught that cold that's going round the entire...
六號品牌
You know, got Keir Starmer with his...
Taylor's Building
You know, the Labour Party's like some kind of nursery school.
沒有啊
There's a cold going round. So Weights and Thieves has got Ed Miliband had it, of course, as well.
Okay.
But do you think expressions like this and attacks sometimes yourself, do you think they make any difference to the way people might vote or might look at our leaders?
I don't know if they make any difference to the way people vote. And, you know, John Lloyd, who used Spitting Image, famously used to say, you know, satire is never going to bring down the government. But I think it can slightly change people's perspective on things sometimes. You know, satire does have a critical quality, but I do also think that it's satire is very important to just give us a laugh, to give us a release when things are so difficult.
Well, it's done that. That's a good release. But
23rd of June, and I'm going to a rival festival. Well, I'm sure they're all, it's a very happy family of festivals. But yes, Alice is very much a sort of shining light at the centre of the Birthday Festival, and we're doing a sort of two-hander thing up there on the 17th of June.
Catch up with Jed Ringers from this very festival on BBC South Radio and Jam Ravens. And some music now played by the Will Barnes Festival goers here in the UK. Lucky enough to see live this week. They and everybody else can also hear them on their debut album, Source of the Seven. And they're going to be playing for us here in just a moment. You're a jazz quartet, but the album suggests you're influenced by Welsh or Oxford as well in 1957. How does the jazz and the hills and valleys work? How do they mix together?
We all live up the Welsh Marches, sort of in mid-Wales, about an hour from here or so. There's a lot of sort of all of isolation where we live, very rural. Bumping is kind of miracle that we bump into the other jazz musicians.
Well, you associate jazz, obviously, with Melbourne, but in a sort of smoky club in, or smoky club in London or something, but in rural Wales, there's a lot of you about.
Well, I found the other three reluctant musicians that didn't want to go to London, and they just happened to live in Wales.
So it's your band, you write the music, but can't watch the other musicians, because jazz quite often improvise and work on the beat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pivotal, really. I may come up with sort of a few ideas or some melodies or something, but really when these guys get their hands on it, I think it sounds good in my head, but then when these guys take it, it just sounds great.
So what are you going to be playing?
We're actually going to play the title track off our LP, Source of the Seven.
Okay, take it away then. Source of the Seven.
Malcolm Scorsese 7 is available right now. What to get your music these days. Let's come to the award-winning novelist Tiffany Murray, who's very much at home here at the Hay Literary Festival. She was brought up near here in Wales and was selected as an inaugural Hay Festival International Fellow in 2011. In her book, her memoir, she explores the unusual circumstances, intriguing circumstances really, of her childhood years, spent living in a rural location, but it's been converted into the legendary residential recording studio, Rockfield Studios, which is a temporary home to a string of rock and pop stars, Black Sabbath, Queen, David Bowie, and many more. In fact, everybody who was around seems to be passing there. But it was home to you as well, as a 7-year-old and a bit older as well.
Yeah, from about the ages of 7 till 11, I lived at Rockfield with my mother, who was a cordon bleu cook, and so we actually lived with the bands in the quadrangle in Studio 1, whereas the families, the real Rockfield family, had separate houses. So I could bridge both worlds, and I could wander into the studio and hide beneath the mix of desks. It's Freddie Mercury, David Bowie, Ozzy Osbourne, again. Tell me about Lemmy. What happened? And he said, well, I don't know. I mean, I was just paid by the record company to get some food in today, and I sat him down at the dinner table and he said, okay, how can I get you to eat? And apparently he said, he poured out half a pint of Jack Daniels and said, you drink that, Joe, and I'll eat something. She said, well, I gave it a go, but it didn't quite, the second glug, and that was it. But she did get him to make some sandwiches. Yeah. And he said, none of that brown bread hippie.
Yes.
And he liked the bacon well done and lots of butter and the crust was butter.
Yes.
I was surprised. What can I say?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Not exactly cordon bleu.
No, exactly. Yeah. She tried boeuf bourguignon, and they're all got like sauce. Right? Sauce. So it was all about,
just the book.
Just the book. The book is about, this single mother, this single woman negotiating this, male world with her art, which they don't appreciate.
And it's like a mad world as well. Ozzy Osbourne was there, and was his family. He could say was somewhat outrageous. Behaved rather outrageous.
Well, surprisingly, yes. Yeah. No, this was we first of all had a vicarage in Herefordshire, and I looked out of my window and it was full moon, and there was a naked man dancing on the grave. My first reaction was, he looked really happy. That's nice.
Yes.
And my second reaction was, that scared child. Mum took over, so they dragged him in. He was fine, just naked and dancing, So the next day, I do remember this very vividly. This Harrods band came up the drive, and my mother was appalled because it was filled with toys from the toy department, all for me.
Yeah.
So that was and that is still her worst thing as a small child.
Yes.
So it was like, yes, you saw a naked dancing man, but for God's sake, you can't be still.
Were you aware while you were growing up with family roots in Jamaica as well? So Randy spent an important part, obviously that's the Jamaican side, but was your family like very musical, your parents, your sisters, brothers, any of those you have singers as well?
My dad might tell you my voice comes from him, but it definitely does not. We live my parents sing, and we're still not quite sure if we're well. So my nan, obviously growing up in Jamaica, was very much part of the church and singing there. So she would sing gospel songs to me as a child. So it could be from there.
And how did you actually go and perform it?
Pretty shy, yes, I think that's what it was.
Well, as I mentioned, you're a radio presenter yourself. So I mean, why don't you describe your album with a ring of baby? Tell me what's in it, tell us what's in it.
So my grandparents, my dad's parents, came from Jamaica, from Chiloni, as part of the Windrush generation in 1961 to Cardiff. So for me, when creating an album, and the producer Rory as well, we both stem from the Windrush generation. So it was just really important for us to include that within the title.
Yes, okay, so that's the Jamaican aspect. What about, I understand you're learning Welsh though?
I am. Don't want to see Siarad Cymraeg, Albert Doedd now.
I hardly need the comments from me, but very good. Which song, which track is it?
So this is the first track I wrote for the album. I wrote on the plane on the way to Jamaica to the studio, and this one is called Maybe.
Okay.
Sapulin Ignition is on the guitar today.
Okay.
Lisa Scott's Daybell Windbuff Baby is available now. You can catch her performing at multiple events across the summer, including the Love Trails Festival in Swansea, the Reggae and Rhythm Festival in Newport. Thank you very much, Alicia. Now we come to the author, playwright, comedian, journalist, Liv Groskopf, who's just published her memoir, One Ukrainian Summer. It takes us back to St. Petersburg and elsewhere in the USSR in the early 90s, when Liv was barely into her early 20s. She found herself falling in love while the Soviet Union was falling apart. This is when you were learning Russian. You needed to speak some real live Russian because you were struggling in the university exam, but you overcame that as you worked because you went on to great academic success in the language. But it wasn't an easy time. You were teaching English and learning Russian.
Yes, that's right. So this was part of the compulsory year abroad when you were a language student doing a degree. And at the end of the second year, I just failed my exams and I was planning to go to Russia for a year. So I was kind of desperate. And very early on in this third year abroad, I met this group of Ukrainians in St. Petersburg who were in a band. They described themselves as Ukraine answer to Red Hot Chili Pepper. And they were all pretty good looking actually, but the lead guitarist was obscenely good looking. Yes. And I set my cap at him. You can catch the gist, but it doesn't mean you automatically speak one or the other. And famously Zelensky, the president, is originally a Russian speaker who's had to teach himself Ukrainian in order to lead the country. They started speaking Ukrainian publicly 6 years ago.
And he comes from a town that you went to as part of your romantic summer in Ukraine.
Yes, my romantic dalliance. Is that the word you were?
I don't know, you choose the word.
Yeah. Well, that's probably too many words. This is Radio Pop. I met these guys in St. Petersburg, but they were originally from this town, which then was called Kryvyi Rog, now is called Kryvyi. So you can hear again the difference between Russian and Ukrainian. The name of the town means Crooked Horn, and it's the place where two rivers...
Well, don't describe it too much if you don't mind.
The rivers meet in the shape of a crooked horn, and this is the town that Zelensky comes from. He would have been the same age as these guys that I knew. And when I first
son of Mr. God, said to me, if you can get through one Russian winter, I'll give you one Ukrainian summer in from the board. So that's where we ended up that summer. And I was also taken. They speak English. And they spoke, I'll give you an example of the English that they spoke. So they had, they wrote their lyrics in English. There were a lot of bands at the time who did all their material in Russian, but they were going to make it big in the West, these guys. And they had lyrics like this. I walk through Finland Malvers. I wear bell-bottom trousers. They talk about me. They think about me. They suck their stinking croziers. And I could get them to write this down and say, nobody who speaks English will understand what you have said here. And we would have long arguments about how terrible their lyrics were. And famous lyric also, I'm not drunk, it's only thick and funk.
They were called Coney Hatch.
Yes, they were. Finally, we're going to meet someone from England who knows Colney Hatch. I had never heard of Colney Hatch. And they said, but this is the place where there is the first lunatic asylum. And I'd say, really? Why did you choose that name? Because we are crazy guys.
And you were regarded, people like you were regarded as yoghurty people. Can you explain?
Yes, I had my most prescient friend, Misha, he used to watch TV then. It was the first time that things like
That is BBC South, including recent interviews with Frank Skinner and Maxine Peake. Thank you to all of this week's guests, Liz Roscoff, Tim Murray and Jan Raven, Alicia Scott and the Will Barnes Quartet. That's all from Hey On One. Next week we're in London on Thames and my guests will include Stephen Merchant and Andy Akhtar. But for me for now, goodbye. Was presented by Cardass and in a couple of minutes here on Radio 4 we'll be profiling Anthony Powell. Now she's the garden designer and broadcaster who's designed for the National Trust on 8 main gardens in competition with Joseph Bartlett. But then at 7:15 John Wilson will be talking to the singer Lily Allen in tonight's edition of This Cultural Life.
Now, stay back. We are going to walk through time.
On BBC iPlayer.
This is Ruby.
My name is the Doctor.
1960. Doctor Who, the brand new season. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. Manchester United have won the FA Cup, beating Manchester City 2-1 at Wembley. Alejandro Garnacho and Kobbie Mainoo scored for United, with Jeremy Brockham pulling on back to City. United's manager, Erik ten Hag, who's reportedly getting sacked, defended his time at the club.
It was not always good football, definitely not. But we had to make all the time compromises. And yeah, then you can't play the football you want to play. I'm now 2 years here, and probably maybe we had 3-4 times where the full squad.
Celtic beat Rangers to win the Scottish Cup with a 1-0 victory at Hampden Park. An RAF pilot has died after their aircraft crashed in the field in Lincolnshire. That's what we call a tragic accident that placed the RAF Consul, subsequent the aircraft in the Second World War time. The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has defended his stance on workers' rights after the union leader accused the party of watering down its proposals. Labour's pledges include a ban on zero-hour contracts and what the party calls a right to switch off. The Chancellor Jeremy Hunt has said he wants to cut national insurance, while his opposite number, Rachel Reeves, has promised not to play fast and loose with public finances. A 17-year-old boy has been arrested on suspicion of murder. He was stabbed to death on the beach in Bournemouth. The attack happened at Durley Chine Beach last night. A 38-year-old woman has been taken to hospital with serious injuries. Ukraine says Russian missiles have struck a business floor in a residential area in the northeastern city of Kharkiv. It's caused a huge fire and 11 fires. Indian officials say at least massive fire and the gates are heavy. But there's more victims may be trapped under the wreckage each week. BBC News. Renowned for the autobiographical tale of her lyrics, award-winning Lily Allen has sung about the reports of fame, ghosts, broken relationships, and first, the radio choice type of profile, and this week Mark Holt is doing it as a club. Nasturtiums and velocities this week, way back by getting in the mood for London's annual Chelsea Flower Show. Personal profiling, larger than life landscape garden designer Anne-Marie Powell was competing on what they call Mary Avenue for the first 14 years. Powell showcasing her brightly coloured community wildlife garden inspired by National Trust founder Octavia Hill, who in the late 19th century led campaigns to provide the urban poor with access, specialised in garden design and hard landscape. Again, it's a blossom.
There weren't any garden designs around, it was something novel, and I just fell in love with it.
She graduated from the Girl at Tendercare Nurseries in Buckinghamshire. Owner Angela Hawksworth was impressed with her pitch.
She came in and she was beautifully dressed, nicely, and I just thought what a charming lady she was, and offered her a job straight away.
I was to be taken aback when Anne-Marie turned up for her first day in the job, and bright colours, brand new haircut, putting on a different person altogether.
The silk jewellery, everything that was definitely her saying, subliminally, this is who I am.
When a fax arrived at the nursery, Channel 4 producers scouting for the new presenter for his Garden Doctors programme, Angela immediately thought of Anne-Marie.
I just felt that her personality was such that, they'd love to have her on television. So I said, no, go for it, I'm sure you'll get it. And she did.
She proved a hit. It led to more TV work. Now going on to present Real Gardens alongside Hal Klein on the nights in Monty Gardens. Anne-Marie was on another makeover programme, Take 3 Gardeners, she starred alongside award-winning designers Joe Swift and the self-deprecating Cleve West.
She's totally relaxed, totally herself, made for the screen really, just a natural.
Howell's fun-loving listed a streak, often landing clean in hot water with the programme's producers.
Great fun, but way too sensitive. I shouldn't lie down and work on so long. I think I got in trouble for nerves getting blue, but it was only because of memory.
After a while, she decided she stepped away from the small screen and went back to the drawing board. Set up her own design practice, met partner Jules at a party. Jules in the garden, naturally.
I turned to my left and there she was. And we've been pretty much inseparable ever since.
But first date a romantic stroll around Kew Gardens.
Our first date we went off was an AC/DC concert at Hammersmith Odeon, which was incredible fun.
That's more like it.
She was living on this fantastic converted crane bike by Battersea Bridge. She had her drawing board set up in there. It was amazing to come and see her set up, and this driven woman who was ready to take on the horticultural world by storm.
And she did, clients flocking to her like bees to lavender, impressed with her bold, unusual garden designs and colourful planting, like a collaboration with the artist Peter Blake at Chelsea Flower Show Garden, marking the 50th anniversary of the British Art Foundation, and her hubby Jules' favourites.
And she built a wonderful garden that was full of an eclectic mix of plants, and interwoven with this extraordinary steel sheet that represented veins and arteries within the body. Pioneering, exciting, slightly avant-garde.
And who could forget a Cameroonian rainforest garden, created with fellow designer Jane Owen to highlight the pressures indigenous people like the Baka face from illegal logging and mining. It featured
I would ask you an incredibly important question. Have I got enough fish for my kids? And that is how it started. I think that we've got another house on fire.
Anne-Marie jokingly referred to Strela on social media as her horticultural husband. It's not all laughter at laughing around. There's a caring side too. Al, patron of Greenfingers, a charity which builds gardens for children's hospices. During COVID lockdown, she started an online diary, My Real Garden, doing hour-long posts from her own rather modest but beautifully designed backyard every day.
My spade. If your spade is covered in mud, it's going to make digging a whole lot more difficult.
Garden horticultural myself in
She would do things that everybody can do. Obviously, she has made it time, creates a wonderful big garden. But it was her planting seeds in old tin cans. It was her scratching around the shed. What can I do with this? How can I make my compost? How can I involve the kids?
It became a big hit, an online community of amateur gardeners. Al attracted followers from as far afield as Ghana and the US.
And all of a sudden, she had tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of followers on there, with people that just wanted some cheering up.
Weston brought in and turned the project into a book to raise money for the Greenfingers charity.
Said, I'm going to get everyone on my real garden to send stories about their own garden. And you can imagine they came flooding in. We've got over 100 people in this book. Real, honest, normal people with a story to share. Family gardens, allotment gardens, indoor gardens, city gardens, and some people who just sent us tips and hacks. It's a big project, but fabulous.
When lockdown restrictions were finally lifted, Anne-Marie and Jules decided to tie the knot.
The British Museum is a globally renowned institution.
But something suspicious has been happening inside.
Bipod Museum at large within the British Museum.
The remarkable story of a hunt for missing treasures.
It was removed, preserved, somehow.
Deep at the British Museum, presented by Lee Pentinazza.
Is that stereophonical? Yes.
Begins this Monday to Friday at 1:45 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Now, here's John Watson.
Welcome to This Cultural Life, the series in which John takes you the most significant experiences that inspired their own work. I'm John Wilson, and my guest in this episode is the singer-songwriter Lily Allen, renowned for the autobiographical candor of her lyrics. Lily has sung about the pitfalls of fame, drugs, and relationships, and motherhood. She was nominated for a Grammy Award for her debut album All Right Still, and in 2010, after the release of It's Not Me, It's You, won a Brit Award and 3 Ivor Novello Awards, including Songwriter of the Year. In 2021, she embarked on a stage acting career, starring in 222, A Ghost Story, nominated for an Olivier. More recently, with her childhood friend Nikita Oliver, she launched her BBC podcast series, Miss Me. Lily Allen, welcome to This Country. You were born in London in 1985, daughter of people who worked in the theatre industry. For those who don't, tell us about you.
My mother is Alice Nine, and she is a producer. She's an extraordinary woman, actually. She had my sister when she was 17 and moved up from Portsmouth, and then went to UCL here in London. Actually, by the time she was 24, and she was a single mother. My dad left when I was 4 years old, so she's done amazing things under some quite complicated circumstances.
And your dad?
And my dad is Keith Allen, and he is an actor, comedian, and writes the odd football song.
And you have your mum
and something that needed kind of sorting out, it was inconvenient. And suddenly I was like, there was a reason.
And this was a form of full parents?
Yeah.
Full parents were there?
I mean, my mum says that she was. I don't remember her being there, but she does school tuition. She needed to go, and we were only going to the festival. No.
So Glastonbury was a people, hadn't it? You've been going there since you were a baby.
Yes, I mean, I sort of make a joke about it, but I'm more likely to see some of my family members at that festival than I am at Christmas Day.
Well, your father always famously had a singing cabinet there. He was quite an attraction. He had his own field.
Yeah, he did. And it was always, I mean, I didn't know it at the time because I was so young, but the people that were there were really amazing, awesome people, helping me took care of Campus Girls Summer, and got other members of the Clash, and Damien Hirst would always be there, and the Happy Mondays, and some of the Stone Roses would drop by. You know, it was exciting. It was all good.
That moment of singing Baby from Dumbo, that's your first moment in the spotlight. When did you first start writing music?
I know exactly when it was, because I had a manager called George Lamb, who was a TV presenter, I think he was as well. We met in Ibiza one summer, and he managed a band called the Audio Bullies, and he said, you know, I think I maybe I'd given him a demo. I'd me sing the cover version. That's all I did. Would you be up to me managing it? I said, yeah, I'd be up to singing. And he said, well, you're going to have to write songs. So I said, no, we're going to do it. Okay, well, I have to start writing songs. And he sent me up to Manchester to work with these guys called Brandon Tungay, and I wrote Smile, which was my first song, certainly the first song in 2021, was the first song I ever wrote.
Can you remember writing it?
Yeah. It was about, an ex-boyfriend of mine, and I was so nervous. I sort of remember we'd been building this back and finding new samples, and then I was writing the verses with, just pen and notepad, and I just didn't know what I was doing, and I just thought of the first big song that came into my head, which was Hit Me Baby One More Time by Britney Spears, and I just kind of followed that tempo. I changed the melody, but in terms of the speed at which the top line melody went to that, or it originated from that. And then they said, okay, we've got a verse and chorus, and we need to do middle 8 now. And I ran out to the studio and wrote those and uploaded them onto there, and accompanying them with like little blurbs about what I was doing, or reacting to things that were happening in the class, and talking about them, and signing people off, and this kind of stuff. It was, I think people found it really refreshing because there wasn't that middleman, it was a direct dialogue with your fan base.
But you're singing about the sort of things that listening to you are also doing. And just sort of singing about young lives.
Yes, I mean, when I wrote those songs, I didn't have an audience, right? So I wasn't writing for anyone other than myself, and I didn't play musical instruments well enough to, for me to come up with backing tracks or chord progressions. So I was very heavily reliant on the producers I was working with. But I felt like the thing that I was good at was taking things that I had observed, whether it was relationships in my own life or things that were happening in the world around me, and vocalising them in a song. And so that's what I did.
Your next choice for this contract was the 1979 single by Squeeze, Up the Jungle. 5 years before you were born. So would you have heard it growing up as a child?
No, I don't think so. I can't remember when I first heard it, but I definitely remember revisiting it when I got home, and once I had heard it, there was just something about it that, I guess maybe because it was written or released 5 years before, I thought it really made me
felt real.
Just describe the song, the scenario to play out.
Well, it's about a couple that he sees her, they meet up and they fall in love and she has a baby, she gets locked up, and it's a love story. But I guess maybe it was a bit of a fantasy. My parents' marriage didn't end very well, and it seemed like a happy song that I could rewrite my parents' history. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but the song doesn't end well either.
No, but
the guy is left alone
yes,
by the woman who has had the baby and then leaves him.
but it feels upbeat and happy though, the song. Yes.
Which is kind of what you were doing. You know,
Oh,
with
totally.
stuff as well, with London in particular.
Exactly.
Up the Junction is very much a London song. It's like a kitchen sink drama, it's a kitchen sink pop song.
Yes.
So do you think it was the storytelling aspect that appealed as well?
Yes. The reason that I sort of chose it was because it is very real. It's not just like trying to explain the feeling of love. It's very specific. And it's very visual. I don't think I'd really heard of the song up until that point. Maybe some sort of country or western song, but maybe because it was so London centric, it felt to me like, oh, okay, you can do this. Take a picture that can bring you through about something so simple.
When you started writing, you started to have the success. Did your parents encourage you to be happy with something you were heading in this new creative direction?
They didn't, but not because they were mean. It was because I didn't know as one person, so I wouldn't be like, this is this, you know? I just wouldn't got on with it. But, I think, you know, we sort of touched on it earlier, I got very invisible in childhood, so I think in adulthood I was always trying to prove my worth. It wasn't necessarily in the writing of the songs, it was in the, I can make this success. I can prove to the world that I am worth something. And then that didn't happen, and it got a lot too much. And then, you know, I sort of stepped back a little bit, you know, having kids, and, you know, the attention and the sort of tabloid tying into my private life and all that stuff went away as well, and I definitely felt my sense of self-worth drop off as a result of that. And I find, you know, when I do these kind of interviews or I'm doing, you know, stuff about the podcast that I'm doing at the moment, I talk about that period of time a lot, and I think it's because that's when I felt like the most worthy. I don't really want to talk about now because I don't really feel, unfortunately, isn't necessarily true. And the internet being this sort of spoken word nature, and you know, the chorus of I don't know what's right and what's real anymore, because it sort of felt like propaganda, but not on a political level. It was sort of people's personal propaganda that they were putting out, and it was fascinating to me. So it is.
You became a target for the tabloids very much, and you were really criticised. You took a lot of flack in the press.
Mm-hmm.
Did you court the attention of you?
Yeah, I'm sure if I'm being honest with myself, I probably did. You know, I don't think I would like wake up in the morning and think like, right, I want to be on the front cover of the Evening Standard tomorrow, I'm going to go and do this. But, you know, I certainly say things or do things that I knew would rub people up the wrong way, or I don't know if it was necessarily to increase my visibility. I think it was more that I just wanted to sort of push boundaries. I just wanted to do things that people didn't do. Say things that sort of frowned upon. I felt like that was my job, was to normalise normal. Or I saw it as
Your next choice is the 2004 album of Rap that makes otherwise known as The Streets, another storytelling. Why was that?
I mean, this record is so important for me. I think, he is somebody that he spoke my language before I spoke it. And he did all of the what we talked about before, sort of kitchen sinkers, but whereas the Street songs written in 1970, Mike Skinner was in real time. It was like he was talking about Reebok classics and nightclubs that he went to, the brand cigarettes that he smoked, and the drugs that we were taking, and it was very conversational, but also so much, but without trying to make grand points. This album, it completely blew my mind. The whole album as a whole is a story of love. And I've never been able to sing like that yet. I'm so grateful. I've never heard of anyone doing something like that before. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that it made sense. It was so satisfying at the end of the album to find it done to hear. It was like listening to a film that you dance to. Down the back of the TV, and that's where it was. In all its glory. That really.
Get into that relatability.
Yes. I think that, what I've always had to do, I think it is to tell the truth. I feel like that's the thing that I can do best. I think it's sort of the thing that people seem to respond to the most as well.
Your debut album, All Right Still, was released in 2006, so 2 years after the Streets album. And it went on to sell maybe 3 million copies globally, was nominated as an album of the year at Grammy Awards.
Alternative album of the year, I think.
Right. Not the
big one.
Not the big one.
No.
Still, Grammy Award nomination.
Yeah.
For a debut album.
Yeah.
How do you regard that album now, and the person that made it?
I have a lot of respect for it, and I think it's a great record. It's not one that really, when I play live, people the old songs I know, but I just try to explain to people that you have to go back to when you were at university and listen to yourself, putting your arms like this, you would run a million miles, presumably, because you sound like a moron. And I feel like, although I'm proud of what I did at the time, I just, that person was doing anything, so it's kind of painful to listen
You look back at that whole time, as it became the fame, going out a lot, becoming a very public figure, and having this huge success. Do you look back at that time with any regret?
maybe certain little things that if I'd known then what I know now, then perhaps I would have done slightly differently, but trying to stay away from regret. I don't think it's particularly helpful attitude or emotion to carry around with you.
You're now home. What effect has motherhood had on you?
Huge effect. I think that being a mother and working in the creative world is, I find it really hard. Making music is always collaborative. And so even just being able to find the time to sit and immerse myself in a project is really difficult. I'm not one of these songwriters that wants to go into the studio and churn out a song a day. I really want to get stuck in and come up with concepts and build relationships with people that I'm working with so that I can be vulnerable and truthful with them and, do it at people. So starting today, I'm very positive.
That's the practicalities of it, but what about the emotional impact? Your 4,000 No Shame, released in 2018, was really critically acclaimed and
Cool, but actually, there's a song on No Shame called Free, which is a song written from the perspective of my daughter, who's 3 years old at the time. And 222, which was the first play that I did, the director Matthew Benson was looking for somebody to play the lead role, Jenny, who is a mother. And that song came on, and we thought, oh, maybe we have a So yeah, it wasn't an ambition of mine, but I was feeling like I was coasting a little bit at that time in my life, and I was exactly for listeners or Facebook, Flat and Mary Place, and we were surrounded by authors and artists and musicians and actors, and so everyone would muck in and you would help out, and I just don't think that that's there anymore. I mean, when I say that I would like to write about motherhood, I don't really want to write about like making packed lunches, but I think it would be interesting to talk about how hard it is, because that's something that we're, as women, are not really allowed to talk about how hard parenting is, because it's something that is a gift, and we should all be really grateful for the fact that we get this lovely relationship, but we never really talk about the sacrifices that we make in terms of our career, our sense of self-worth, our didn't really understand it. Olivia Rodrigo played the classical the first time they came on stage, I think when they've been sort of conscious before, and they thought I was
Lee Allen, thank you very much indeed for sharing your thoughts.
It's an absolute pleasure. I hope it's okay. I was quite intimidated. It's quite an intellectual endeavour, and I left school very early and had a very hard time to anything, so I tried.
This Cultural Life was presented by John Wilson, and the producer is Nadine. It's BBC Studios audio production. After the news in a couple of minutes, watching us, watching you, Ellen Peter, who assesses the community programming. BBC's Access to Vision Project,
And I'm Alex Fitzgerald. In our new series, Artificial Intelligence, we're navigating a small and ethical life with AI. Do you think AI as a friend would have with you?
When these technologies monitor someone, that can represent greater intrusion into somebody's life. We'll be asking how it can change our world and make it a big subject of AI. A little clearer for you after that. Can we use technology to support you to do what you must do?
The Artificial People on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Begins this Wednesday afternoon at 3:30.
BBC News at 8 o'clock. Manchester United have defied expectations and won the FA Cup, beating Manchester City at Wembley. United denied the newly crowned Premier League champions City a league and cup double with a 2-1 win. The goal was scored by Bobby Miller and Andrew Garnacho.
No one believes in us, but we are a team, we are all together with this fans. Incredible moment for us.
Time to talk social media. Begin on BBC Two in the early 1970s.
In the 15th century, it was the printing press. In the 19th century, it was the steam engine. Now, in the 21st century, we are, by common agreement, living through the social media age. But what I won't tell you is that many of the phenomena we now associate with Instagram, Facebook, TikTok and Twitter, X, already happened in the 1970s, long before Mark Zuckerberg powered up the world. The place that was all happening was the BBC's community programme, a 40-year experiment in breaking down the boundaries between the national broadcaster and the nation. It started in 1972 with an open door, through which we were suddenly able to see ourselves very differently. Whether you're an anarchist from Corby or a housewife speaking to captains of industry, there's room for all thoughts.
You probably imagine that anarchists, sinister characters with pointed hats and bombs in their coats, In this short film, we hope to show you what anarchists really believe and why and how we wish to change society.
There are two things that are Tom Filter and a mass production line on the street millions of pounds. There are two things that they can't help, and that is pride in their work and a feeling of achievement. And those machines have robbed our working men of that feeling.
This week's Open Door, presented by Scrum, Scottish campaign to eliminate atomic waste.
This program is a place for the television will bring to your attention something that is happening in our society today, which is more toxic and damaging to that society. The happiness and natural fulfillment of men's work than either communism or fascism.
I'm Eleanor Jones. I'm a journalist and broadcaster, an avid television watcher, and a deeply ambivalent user of social media. Here, for instance, is a clip from a 1973 programme made by the Trans-Sex Liberation Group. The voice you'll hear is that of Leo Absey, MP for Pontypridd.
We've got to ask all. They have sufficient confidence to be able to raise the youth to give, as everybody do, want to give as wives, same rights.
There is one particular open door film that has lived on beyond the CPU. I came across it while researching my book on race and anti-racism in film and TV, and it was my first introduction to this whole fascinating aspect of history. The film is called It Ain't Half Racist, Mum. It's 30 minutes of bracing, incisive commentary on the state of British media, and it remains so today, despite being first broadcast in 1979.
You're watching BBC Two. And now, Open Door, a programme in which BBC hands over airtime to members of the public to use under their own editorial control. Tonight, a programme made by Campaign Against Racism in the Media.
Hello. You may not have realised it, but you've just been warned about this programme. When the BBC says a programme like this is outside their control, what they're telling you is that they don't think it's balanced, neutral, or fair.
That was actor Maggie Steed, one of the two hosts of It Ain't Half Racist, Mark, a film made for Open Door by the Campaign Against Racism in the Media, to counter what they described as racist incitement in the media, which, they said, encouraged extreme right groups like the National Front to attack black and Asian people in the streets. By 1979, when this film first broadcast, Margaret Thatcher had become Prime Minister, and the teacher Blair Peach had been killed on an anti-racist demonstration in Southall. It seemed discussions about race and racism were everywhere, including, of course, on the television.
We hope to show you that many of the programmes which are under the editorial control of BBC and ITV are themselves biased and unbalanced, especially in the coverage they give to Britain's black community. Not only is a lot of this coverage not neutral, it actually reinforces racism.
Maggie Steed's co-presenter on It Ain't Half Racist, Mum was the renowned Jamaican British cultural theorist Stuart Hall. Well respected in academic circles for his writing on identity and representation theory, Hall would also go on to become a well-known public intellectual for his work on television at the Open University. Here he is talking to Lauren Taylor on Radio 4's Thinking Aloud programme in 2011.
Still want to know, am I misled? Am I going to think do I believe it? Am I different because the child so people can get the fact of separate them from the friends across the channel, which you could actually see. But nevertheless, we are married. And I think that everything is concerned for somewhere to stand.
For Stuart Hall's co-presenter Maggie Steed, the route to making It Ain't Half Racist, Mum was less known. Steed is now a well-known face on film and television, but back in 1979 she was a working actress for a socialist theatre company when she was spotted and cast by the Campaign Against Racism in the Media. So while she wasn't a member of the organisation, their anti-racist socialist values aligned with her own, and she understood the brief to make a programme which in some ways mimicked the tone and style of the very BBC News report that she and Stuart were interrogating.
I have a vague memory. I started off being slightly too sharp. And I remember them saying that Maggie stopped smiling devastated. So now I just forget seriously. Everything is oiled with charm. And it's Stuart's fault. It wasn't as personal as it was. immensely charming. He wasn't dedicated to Christmas. I was just honest to content. They weren't looking for a political star or anything. They knew they had to do a pharmacy, which was real heavyweight, and it was this fantastically wise, marvellous presence, and they wanted a sympathetic message.
That series of social dancing, I don't think, otherwise we really ought to pay it. But I think that what people get out of that is a lot of enjoyment. I don't think it's at the expense of the characters. I think there is a multiracial community working in that classroom at some level which is enjoyable.
Stuart Hall was beg to differ with that justification, however, and his open door programme gave him the opportunity to do just that. And just a heads up, there's some old-fashioned racial terminology in this bit that we probably wouldn't use today.
The television professionals may think ethnic humor about blacks who worked hard, ground up the dough, and lived in poverty and privilege is just entertainment. Fact remains that in Britain today, this is what most white people believe about blacks. The fact that television is always making jokes about it makes them feel justified in despising black people. Comedy makes it okay, natural, acceptable. Interrogation, hypotheses, into whether it is fine recollection of difference. Strange idea of blood balance. To me, is what organizations and thinking about representation, what it means, but also how simplified very little can be, and how it is controversial, very
What's it ain't half racist that other open door programmes uncover were those confusing ideas that had become so deeply rooted into programmes they were rendered almost invisible. In this way, even very extreme sexism, homophobia, or as in this case, racism, might seem ubiquitous and unremarkable.
The ones that come to mind are the National Front that were given a platform on the BBC, and how is devoid of any kind of context or balance or counter argument. So they would allow crazy claims to be made about different populations and their cultural characteristics and their behaviours that went completely unchallenged by the centre or the interviewer properly.
Here's one such play made by John Kingsley Reid of the National Party for the International Front, and in a moment you'll hear Stuart Hall.
Roberta didn't call his party until earlier this year. Kingsley Reid's achievement has been very marked. And no one questions the success of his based on his open distaste for coloured immigrants, his demands for immediate repatriation.
I've got plenty of many complaints about anyone taking the toilet or something, and actually parceling up their excretion, etc., and sticking it in the back alleys.
So Stuart's programme is trying to interrogate the contradiction of balance and partiality and how it's only relevant when we are talking about racial experience from that perspective. Whereas in these perspectives, there is a permission to make crazy and radical populations that would do damage to their experience on a level.
I'm not sure television to say, Mr. Fidel Castro, I understand you have a message. This isn't giving a racist enough rope to himself with. It's allowing them to get away with murder all the time in the name of balance and good justice. This is a change in BBC policy from the days of Zimbabwe. He said the BBC couldn't be racist and Present chairman of the BBC, Michael Swan, is relevant.
I believe display the racism of the National Front. Who knows, exposure may be disclosure for their children.
What he's really saying is that extreme racism is not part of balance, an acceptable point of view with respect to political opinion. Can you imagine Israel displaying the rhetoric of, say, black revolutionists on the ground that exposure may even persuade them to change their tune?
Again, this was Stuart Hall speaking in 1979, 45 years ago. This does provide a critique that seems equally valid and applicable for much of today's media program. Was Open Door ahead of its time in some way that's been forgotten in the intervening decades? I asked Dr. Clive anyone if he thought the National Board of practices were conducive to genuine anti-racist programs.
I don't think you can find a critique and saying successful, it has to be within the context of the society and through no channels or institutions giving legitimacy to the far right at the time as well.
Given its long-tailored influence, you might think that It Ain't Half Racist Mum was exactly the sort of programme that the BBC had set out to produce with Open Door. The Open Door film Black Teachers was broadcast on BBC Two in 1973 and co-presented by Mike Phillips, who was a writer and the brother of broadcaster Francis, and was at that time a teacher in London School.
When you think about what schools do, you realize schools are training for various roles in society. That's what they're for, right?
But it's also very, very focused on students and the damage being done to them, but also what the education system is doing to prepare young black people for meeting their experiences in terms of labour, in terms of expectations of themselves, expectations of their society.
Think about our position in society. Look at the lowest people, the cleaners, the washers of the cloth, the guys. So when you realize that, what you are going to do is preparing us to carry out certain functions when you come out of school. But if you're a black male and you're sitting in the school, just because you're a child, even child, attending to school in the morning, you're going to come out and be civil engineer, or a lawyer, or a doctor, or a still pass. Think again.
So, to me, I found it still quite harrowing, where many of the accusations and experiences that they discussed in that secretary are still with us now. Talk about victimisation and victimising criticism in higher education. That's been a long-standing struggle that you can actually link to that you could be talking about, content, what those things are doing to young black people, how ambition and recognition is being taken away from them by the racist communications of their community.
The most likely is that you turn out not to do better in you, but to do the same or worse. Because that's the society is not done for you. It's like you've got You've got no sense of wasting our time on proving things that we all know about.
There's something about unified national experience difference that for me was really crucial to understanding that public broadcasting was about the nation and not simply about exiting as part of the nation. And we certainly lost that. The idea that under the remit of episode broadcasting, you would camera to a local community, and that perspective becomes magnified to the nation.
Why do you think we lost that?
I think it's also about the ways in which we tend to homogenize very, very disparate voices. Thinking of black events, you often have to do it from a homogenious where there's so many sort of perspectives you should enjoy and embrace. But I think popular culture also has a tendency to try and unify difference for economic reasons. And I think that also applies to the ways in which there is a kind of bird representation often. Here is a film made by a black filmmaker that's going to be representative of all of blackness. And that then becomes your black cultural value moment.
By the mid-90s, times had changed for community programming and technology had too. There was no social media, but there were councils that represented a great opportunity to liberate public access television from those stuck in studios and take it out to the masses. It was time to read the nation and the local. The Video Nation Strand was initiated in 1994, 30 years ago now, by documentarians and TV producers Maggie Rose and Chris Smith. Together they were responsible for over 1,200 short portraits shown over 6 months. Maggie Rose is now Professor of Documentary and Digital Watches at the University of West End in Bristol, and she spent a whole career thinking about the evidence of documentary. Back in 1994, Video Nation felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to put all that theory into practice. I asked Maggie to explain.
As a documentary maker, you're working with people. There's an exchange there, there's a navigation there of power and social position and who's in control of what happens. It's a social engagement. But I would say the general group that in the late 80s, early 90s, responsibility as the director of the documentary would have total editorial control over the finished article. Very happy that participants in that documentary got to see what was happening in the editing room, let alone have any input to that. This is exactly what the program at the BBC. Another important precursor for Video Nation was the Mass Observation Social Research Project, which aimed to create a record of everyday life in Britain from volunteer observers. Mass observation is a huge British cultural phenomenon that goes back to the 1930s and a collaboration between three men. Charles Nash was a journalist, Tom Harrison was an anthropologist, and Humphrey Jennings was very interesting filmmaker. So mass observation had two distinct approaches in the early days. On the one hand, some kind of Oxbridge types went up to Bolton, which they called work camps, and they observed the lives of the people in Bolton, a bit like anthropologists would observe life on the villages of Hampshire. One notable fan of mass observation co-founder Tom Harrison was the community programme unit's own founder, Sir Dave Attenborough, who in 2007 presented a documentary about Harrison called The Barefoot Anthropologist. Here is a clip of Harrison talking, probably sometime around the 1960s, used in that documentary.
One was great to start working on this precisely with strict discrepancy between what all of the people I was working with thought and talked about and what was being reported in the newspaper and in the show the BBC of those days. And there were, in fact, in those years, two different languages almost being spoken in England, two different languages of thought.
But then they set up another aspect of that observation, which was that they invited people to write diaries about their own lives. I think they described it as a self-anthropology repertoire. And so we did more of the information very much on mass observation. We went to the mass observation archives in the early days, and we literally borrowed some of their practices, like the way that they sent meetings to people, inviting them to write their diaries on information. I wanted to rewrite Video Nation's diarist, and for that I had to get out of London. It was time to travel 500 miles north in search of one of life's natural pickpockets, despite not having a pickpocket account, a real character, and certainly a local hero of the harbour in Scottish. So we're currently on what must be one of the most spectacular digital train journeys in the world. We're travelling from Glasgow to Arisaig, and in fact this is just the last leg of a much longer journey for me, because I've come all the way from London. But it's fitting and right that I've done so, because I'm coming to meet Ian McKinnon, one of Video Nation's great stars, and in a way I'm doing the reverse of the journey he once took when he came from his home in the West Highlands to London to go to the BBC and begin this project many years ago now.
So this is Canistara Beach. It's a beach where they made the film Local Hero. And over there in the corner, that's where Wilton Mackay had his Upton boat that he lived in. And it's been seen from the south edge of Skye and off to the south, the islands of Egg and Rob and Hunt. Hello, my name's Ian McKinnon. I'm a fisherman and a mussel farmer up on the northwest coast of Scotland. And back in the 90s, sometime I took part in a programme called Video Nation. If I don't smell a fish, what am I going to smell of? Perfume. There's nothing wrong with smelling a fish. It's a great smell. I like it. Not my fault that nobody else does.
There are many novel ideas and surprising perspectives put forth by Video Nation, and many fascinating individuals featured. But it seemed to me that Ian McKinnon achieved a particular mastery of the film. Something about his combination of philosophical reflection, wry humour, and cheeky self-confidence really suited these 2 or 3 minute videos, and the spectacular West Highland landscape couldn't hurt either. If he hadn't been a fisherman, he would have made a legendary pickpocket. I asked him if he always knew he had it in, or was it just an outright income idea that we did actually break people into quintiles, and like, out of 50, 10 of those people should be your income is less than X thousand, you know. So we did do that kind of work. This diversity of participants led to a delightful diversity of content too. There was the minutiae of the everyday as well as much more consequential elements. All of human life was here, or all of British life in the 1990s anyway.
My New Year's resolution is to be a more understanding series. That's more important. I don't know if you get smoking all day.
Mum is that magic word. Mum, is that the most powerful word ever?
This is some well-meaning person. I don't think that they were doing a world of favour by turning a carnivorous lizard into a vegetarian.
Is that Saturday? Oh.
I'm trying to remember the last time I reached quite so joyously. Good for them. The Video Nation participants all attended a training course at the BBC where they were given equipment and taught basic recording techniques. But after that, they were on their own. It was after his first training session, as he was heading back home, that Ian McKinnon began to really consider what that meant.
I was going on the sleeper from London back to Fort William and then on to Raleigh. I kept asking, what did these people want me to say? And as I posed Carlisle, I finally went, to hell with this, I'm going to tell them what I wanted to say. And there was a freedom in that. I would argue I'm a genuine but suddenly, you know, a guy that's normally out in a boat all day long on his own is suddenly given the chance to speak to a lot of people. What do you want to say? I haven't got a clue. And that was part of the transformation. That was a real struggle. I would say it's more a contemplation, a consideration. People was asked about things, and that changed my ideas.
It's more comfortable with yourself, but it sounds like they had some therapeutic exposure there.
Without a doubt, yeah. I mean, I ended up talking to the camera as a person. I became very comfortable. There were a couple of, where really I felt drawn into the moment, not against my will, but just I ended up doing things that were quite poignant to me that I hadn't really intended to, and I felt afterwards quite exposed. But that gave me a chance to look at myself again, which was not something that I'd really expected or intended.
Video Nation had given Ian the opportunity to surprise himself, but were the producers also surprised by the programmes that were being made? Or was this what they'd been planning all along? I asked Mandy Rose about how her expectations for the project lined up with the reality.
As soon as we began to see people, any idea of stereotypes fell apart. I mean, stereotypes are something that the media sets up, and people's lives are more complex, more contradictory, and their positions often unexpected. Thinking, for example, about John Hart, who was one of our first participants so Connie, at that time, she was already in her 70s. So a woman who born into a middle class home in Jamaica in the 20s, moved to Britain in the, I think let's say the early 60s. And when I was a child, I had to go to school. Friends about Gabrielle. I wandered lonely as a child, but close to my eyes, populating. Then all at once I saw clouds, a house of gold again. But she had that experience that Margaret often had, kind of slipping down in fast turns in that room. Having heard what other authors said, I gathered with you to see the history so soon, as yet the early rising sun has never told its moon. The amazing thing is I never saw that again in Jamaica, but because I speak to the authors, you have language to find the history and the geography. She's a royalist, she served in the British Army, she was a Labour supporter, she was a Julio Iglesias fan. I go and I put on my Julio Iglesias. I usually get up and go to the dance and do the nice to you. But as long as that's my Julio,
but I'm alright for the rest of the day.
You know, Connie was one of interesting, but they weren't really conflicting, but she was a complex person. And you could see something about her she was very much. In fact, you could see these different sides of something as well, so, but it wasn't one thing.
And what about you? Did you have any criticism about the creation method and books that were then subverted or challenged?
I was very moved by how much love there was in the recordings, because people were recording in their own home, and people felt free there to film.
Mandy still has strong memories of some of the most surprising or emotionally engaging performances. It was the first tape I ever seen of one of our participants who was an older man, a rather classic, stiff upper lip British gentleman. There was a minute, and then there was another minute, and there was another minute, and there was another minute, like he filmed every third minute. And then George sat down and he started talking about aging and how the thing that he hated most was the mirror because it showed him what time had done.
Of course I have to use it, but it's ghastly to look and see one's face, what it is now, and what you feel it should be inside.
And it was just a fantastic reading, really vivid. I think we used every word he said. But what was so interesting to me as somebody who had made some media before was that I'm pretty sure that if I'd gone to Gordon and asked him about aging, he would have just brushed me off.
You think, I don't know what the age is. Somewhere about 30 to 40. And then off inside. Don't get into it. But every time you look in that tiny mirror and see what time has done, and age has done to your features, your body, can't be hidden. That's what happens.
They've chosen what they filmed and what they not filmed, and that freedom to choose was really important.
Here's Ian McKinnon again, choosing to make a video about feeling exposed in a toilet.
I'm terrified about music that I can take my clothes off and you can strip, and that's track number 6. But I can't do it. At the time the Full Monty film had just come out, and there was talk in the village to raise funds for the village hall of getting a local Full Monty group going. So every van over 40 was terrified, one, that they wouldn't be asked because nobody wanted to see them Full Monty, or terrified that they would be asked. And in trying to do this piece to camera, I also had to find a bit of music that I could take my clothes off to. And I've never felt so ridiculous, so exposed. And I never even put the jumper off. I've never ever been to see a stripper or a pole dancer. Can you imagine the courage it takes to stand up in front of a baying crowd and take your clothes off? I would never have been doing that without Video Nation.
In the summer of 2000, 6 years into Video Nation's run, the seminal reality TV show Big Brother launched on Channel 4, introducing a different way to be an ordinary person on television. This once again shook up the power balance between TV producer and TV star and created a whole new set of ethical dilemmas to grapple with. Ian was aware of the vulnerability that came with national TV exposure. I asked if he ever felt excluded.
Never. And I felt, there was an integrity to the production. And I don't know that that was shared in these other, there was a concern there.
Not only did Video Nation's producers have a concern for the participants' welfare, but for Mandy Rowan and her co-producers,
producer Chris Moore, the ethics of documentary production have been foundational to the project from the very beginning.
Early on, we thought we have many years from the making, and that doesn't agree there too. What's the way I feel about it?
You never even told me that before.
Well, that's today.
I mean, you never told me that before. Yeah, that might make a difference now, wouldn't it? But you never told me. Yeah,
I've never told you before, babe. Just tonight. Just the way I feel. And I'm not kidding. I told you the details. And I feel it, if you like.
But I had to say to Lynn, Lynn's got to understand that it's very clear you're drunk, you know? But she said yes, and I don't know, I hope she still feels okay about that.
How much of that by yourself do you want to make a cup of tea available, and why do you do it? The answer to these questions has changed a lot since the community programme unit was founded in 1972, and even since Video Nation began in 1994. These changes are due in large part to the emergence and eventual dominance of social media.
The Video Nation shorts look very much like material that emerged on YouTube 10 years later, and Video Nation was on the kind of leading edge of the digital transformation. But I guess what is the thing about Video Nation is so different is that such a little different. While content is common on kind of social media, getting attention is the challenge, and we would typically inherit the audience of whatever the programme was just before the Nation. So if it had been that before 1013, that would be a few million people. That's something that's very hard to imagine now. And certainly it's hard to imagine a social media space where that might be possible. Obviously people have millions of followers in some cases, but they're quite a particular group that actually unity around one person. I guess it's the chance encounter that was so precious about Video Nation, the chance encounter between one individual and that broad audience.
The BBC's Community Programme Unit was disbanded in 2004, the same year that Harvard students Mark Zuckerberg and Eduardo Saverin launched a new website called thefacebook.com, and I was still noodling around on Friendster trying to find that perfect profile picture. Video Nation finally ceased production in 2011, the same year I started a Twitter account. These timings seemed like more than a coincidence, so I returned to UCL professor Clive J.K. Wonka, who has more Twitter followers than me and fewer Instagram followers, to ask his opinion. Do you think that social media has gone any way to replace the function of open door and public access technology?
Yes, but not in ways like open door and events. Now, social media has allowed for people to digitize media in amazing ways, but you still need some way of addressing information in a way that's actually disguised by public sector broadcasters. Social media doesn't
have the cultural cloud.
It doesn't have the cultural cloud, it doesn't have the editorial guidance as well that allows for balance, that allows for opinions. So I think social media has tried to replace the responsibility of public sector broadcasters in ways that I don't always find satisfactory. So I think that a lot of the the very idea of documentary has changed. You speak to most producers, they all describe documentaries
as dreaded content.
And that isn't the same as documentaries. And I think these increased budgets for documentary programming often gets replaced again in the idea of factual content.
And that bears repeating. Factual entertainment is not documentary. They're two different things.
Amen to that. So there's the burial of that radical element of documentary perhaps we had in the 70s, 80s and 90s that I appreciated as a student and as an academic now. That's certainly speaks to me. Absolutely. And it speaks to my experiences now. It speaks to the experience of people like me now. And of course there's exceptions. The work of Stephen King, the work of Rogan Production, the non-documentary 2008 Arab Made series. But we still haven't got anything that comes close to replicating the idea that we give the media production to groups around the UK. We Yes, but you're also relinquishing a responsibility to be representative of all the nations and not just their particular Commonwealth countries.
This is a problem about industrial demolition going on here of this derelict cold storage warehouse. We're trying to build an art centre which will bring employment, hope and harmony to a local multiracial community.
That's a clip from a 1982 open door programme called Crazy Dreams. And in retrospect, the whole community programme unit does feel like a bit of a crazy dream, albeit one which lasted 40 years and prophesied the best with maybe not best or was the impact immediate.
I think it's pretty much immediate. Oh no, people were saying 15 years. I think it really fades away from it. But I do know that there's loads of good stories.
Watch enough of the programme, Open Door, Open Space, Video Nation, and you will soon realise that so many of the issues that we think of as 21st century talking points, gender identity, Black Lives Matter, media manipulation and so on, were also on the minds of people in the latter half of the 20th century. The main difference, it seems, is that there was more room for nuance and reflection back then. And instead of being spoken about, politics and talent shows and debates, people from marginalised and minority groups had a forum to speak for themselves. Here's two examples. One from a 1976 programme by the Vegan Society and another from 1973 by the Pan-Sex Liberation Front.
At first glance, they look like an ordinary family having an ordinary meal. But take a closer look. The main dish is made from healthy vets there, and I hope that that's a kind of government. And I have just voted Conservative. Very, 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 and I also learned something about love and something about happiness that resided in lots of those homes. And I do encourage people when they say that we've got a relationship and kind of down and that. So yeah, it changed me in lots of ways. The family story, a lot of family stories, aren't they? In a lovely way. Yeah, family stories.
Actually, I'm not arguing.
No, you can't give up on arguing because then you give up life.
It really did feel like a privilege to be involved in this project. This was a family story, but family in its biggest, most expansive, nation-encompassing sense. The CPU offered programming which enabled us to get out of our silos and face differences of opinion, politics and culture without the sneering of what would later become reality TV or the shaming of what would evolve into social media. It situated us in the wider realities of our community without leaving the comfort of our house. I want to leave you with one last reflection from Ian Richards, speaking on the beach near this home.
But this is where we have a third program.
Watching you was presented by Ellen Williams. It's a heading flight promoted by Freya Hellier for BBC. In a couple of months, could growing tensions between China and the West lead to conflict?
You know those times when you just can't tear yourself away from something great until you're involved?
Very smart people now ask BBC Sounds, pause, rewind and restart live radio.
Can I just say, without the admin system, my mom always talks about how much she can't see the
So you never have to miss another minute. To get started, just say.
Been put in detention, re-education camps.
And Congresswoman had like really begun with one of my questions. We were love to work out. There was no hesitation. It clearly appeared that the coordinate between prison for years. He deserves the freedom, but they are lucky. In that context, nothing is so wrong. It's inhuman.
Universities in the West.
They were trying to shut me up. They don't want to hear any criticism about the Chinese party. They want me to stop talking about it.
But when you have to look at them together to discuss it in the subject, then suddenly there's likely to see is being influenced by caution or development.
There's a worry that students could report back to the authorities on what they hear. Public pressures have led universities to rely on from foreign students. China is the largest Chancellor of Oxford University for 2 decades. The action when he was invited to speak
Chinese government will have their say. Now, most chancellors and presidents have a reputation for meeting and issues having their nose to keep it. Call on her over. It's the Chinese ambassador. He says to her, we've learned that your chancellor is very important. So the ambassador said, you must realize how many Chinese students there are at Oxford.
It was October 2019, and Hong Kong was really on fire at that moment.
She went to study at Newcastle University in the north of England.
There were lots of protests raging, and obviously, as Hong Kong students, we wanted to do something.
Around 20 students decided to have a peaceful demonstration in Newcastle City Centre. She wanted to talk to us, but she didn't want to be identified. We used an actor to speak a word.
Before the demonstration, we know the Chinese students are going to come and maybe disrupt our event, because we saw a screenshot of the chat on Chinese social media.
This painful past. Hong Kong was colonized, so when Hong Kong sovereignty returned to China was a big event. China is still not completely reunited. People feel very strong about national unity, so I don't doubt if the Chinese students feel strong about Hong Kong, but there might be students in Hong Kong who were part of the protest that have different views. But I think it shouldn't be a problem between China and the United Kingdom.
But for those who come from Hong Kong, the clash of values and individualism and speech are very real. In the UK, here's Professor Steve Tsang, originally from Hong Kong.
I think we are facing more than the issue of, if you like, informal debate. We are now dealing with things like national security law, which has extra issues
actually I'm still feeling a bit stressed and tired. My family back in Hong Kong, they have been taken away for questioning by the National Security Police due to being on the wanted list with $1 million bounty. In December 2023, the Hong Kong police offered large rewards for information leading to the arrest of 5 overseas activists. Simon Cheng was one of them. We spoke to him just after he found out. I'm still quite shocked at how far I've heard after not believing that my family members.
Sounds like it surprised you that they would go this far.
Surprised and not surprised. But when what is that becoming reality, it's really
Now, Hong Kong people are to run Hong Kong. That is the promise, and that is the unshakable destiny.
That was 1997, the pouring rain at the handover ceremony in Hong Kong turned to China. The last of the government of Hong Kong. To be fair, for 10, maybe a dozen years after 1997, integrated. According to the agreement signed by Beijing and London and the principle known as one country, two systems, Hong Kong was supposed to retain its own distinctive institutions and liberties, like freedom of speech and assembly, political parties, and an independent judiciary.
There were all sorts of warning signs, but by and large, these were really important things. I do think that change would be dramatic. I think change was the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, which started worrying fast. Hong Kong represented everything we so called the existence of change.
The more the tear gas, the more the defiance. Tens of thousands outside government headquarters.
In 2014, a proposal by Beijing to change Hong Kong's electoral system and restrict who was allowed to stand led to protests, what was called the Umbrella Movement. And then in late 2015, another warning sign, and it had to do with booksellers who were disappearing.
I am Lam Wing-Ki. I used to run Causeway Bay Books in Hong Kong.
We tracked down one of them.
I was first taken away on October the 24th, 2015. I was on my way to the mainland, Shenzhen, to meet friends. As I went through customs, they knew I was there, so they trusted me to the precinct. When they interrogated me, what did they ask? At the beginning, they didn't tell me what law I had broken. Then they asked if I knew that the mailing books from Hong Kong to mainland China violated Chinese law. When you grew up in Hong Kong, you was under British rule, and they provided me with an environment where I had the freedom to read books. We didn't know that we did not have the right to read them under the laws of the Chinese mainland.
We were held for months. What were the conditions like?
More than the 8 months I was held in Ningbo, possibly in a detention centre. I was held in solitary confinement, and there were threats which left me terrified. For example, they suggested that the content of the book was intended to overthrow the Chinese government, so I could get a lifelong imprisonment. The stress was so overwhelming that I thought about suicide.
8 months after he was taken, Lam Wing-Ki was allowed to return to Hong Kong.
After I publicly disclosed what had happened to me, my time in Hong Kong was marked by constant change. And in February 2019, the Hong Kong government proposed an extradition bill, which stipulated that if Hong Kong residents violated Chinese law, they could be sent to mainland China for trial. So I left Hong Kong for Taiwan.
That extradition bill would spark a new wave of protests.
These are traumatic days for the people of Hong Kong.
We've been seeing this for months, a row over a government bill that demands for greater democracy and allegations of police brutality.
Over the months, the protests developed into a battle for the very identity of Hong Kong.
worked as a trade and investment officer for the British consulate in France. Shane was captain of an American spy plane flying in international airspace off China's coast, collecting radio and radar signals. But one of the Chinese pilots buzzing his propeller plane had got too close. As they tumbled towards the sea, time was running out, but there was a job to do, getting rid of the intelligence gear on their plane.
We were in a bad way, so I called for the emergency destruction checklist. The crew in the back did a great job. They were pinned to the floor of this violent inverted maneuver in an aircraft, but they got up, took the emergency exits off, and started throwing the equipment out, destroying it.
Their main captain of Nara was too far away. They were going to have to land, sparking a crisis.
We're making mayday calls and headed towards Hainan Island, which was the closest base. We had to get on the ground quick or we were going to die.
The pilot that collided with them crashed into the ocean and died. Shane's only possible destination now was Hainan Island, where the Chinese Navy jets had taken off from. With his plane severely damaged, Shane came into a fast landing.
And then we were greeted by two armed troop carriers with, Chinese military with AK-47s. They surrounded the airplane. So we waited to destroy our last satellite radio, got a call out, letting them know we were safe and alive at this point, and that we were surrounded by soldiers with guns, and I had to destroy the last bit of crypto radio. But then they started circling the airplane, became more aggressive, and I knew it was time to shut down. I didn't want anyone getting shot.
This was the new President George W. Bush's first foreign policy crisis.
Our priorities are the prompt and safe return of the crew and the return of the aircraft without further damaging or tampering.
They kept me awake for 7-8 days straight. They would let me doze off, and then they had a guard there that would startle me and scare me.
The Chinese accused Shane Osborne of causing the crash and killed their pilot.
They also wanted me to admit wrongdoing.
Right.
That's what they were really trying for, to get me on film taking some sort of responsibility, which I clearly wasn't going to do.
Eventually, after 12 days of high-level negotiations, a form of word was agreed between Washington and Beijing.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be able to tell the American people that plans are underway to bring home our 24 American servicemen and women from Hainan Island.
In a carefully crafted letter, the Americans expressed regret for the death of the Chinese pilot and for landing on Hainan without permission, but maintained they'd done nothing wrong. Both sides in turn
about doing things military stronger, then how can it have a harmonious relationship with others? So in the future, either it has to accommodate both of them, part of the multilateral deal, or restore, like the US is trying to do, to become a leader of a smaller group.
From this idea that America has to either accommodate or withdraw from trying to set the course from international law. It clearly believes that it is a danger to live in an international conflict. China has
China, as long as you play it, China proposes that work together to solve problems and if there's repeat over these years. The U.S. concern of China is always on board. As I say, that China is the biggest economy.
that the US did in the past.
Yeah.
But those worried about what a Chinese-led world order looks like believe the West needs to stand up for its values, even if that does lead to friction. The last governor of Hong Kong, Chris Hansen.
What I want is for us to not lose our self-respect, to not lose our minds, and think that we should accept that the Chinese have a sort of mandated heaven, and that everybody else should look the other way when they behave badly.
In other words, we shouldn't worry about friction between us and China. There is going to be friction in your mind.
Yeah, I think unless there is some friction with an understanding that we mean what we say, there could be much bigger friction.
The West, distracted by other crises, but also regional access to China's market and money, has been slow to appreciate the tectonic changes.
The Western world was at sea.
Gerson has been watching the relationship for half a century, but he worries that the West may now overcorrect and merge towards confrontation.
By that I mean that people who've been asleep at the wheel and then wake up to find themselves in the wrong lane have a tendency to rip the steering wheel over and crash into the tree.
Kind of overcorrect, steer the other way.
Because, of course, it's an absurdity and an impossibility to imagine that in this life we can shut off China. We can wall ourselves in. That would be an act of self-harm.
The US is already pushing to decouple or de-risk aspects of its economic ties with China, especially over technology, whether it be electric vehicles, telecom, or private battery stock.
中国统一是一时必然，两岸同胞要携手同心。
With Xi Jinping frequently talking about his intention to bring Taiwan under Beijing's control, Professor Steve Sang believes that reducing economic links could be a mistake.
The only encouraging is economic because Xi Jinping will be able to destroy the Chinese economy by using all the when it fits Taiwan. One of the reasons we have such consequences in China, particularly where you make countries power. That's one thing we have to know for the way and this is something that can only happen if we still have the economic situation in China. If we get back to the Cold War situation where the East and the West have no real economic links, then we have no leverage.
We shouldn't forget there are many benefits from the West and China cooperating on dealing with challenges like climate change, finding cures for diseases. But one major risk is a failure to understand each other. The Chinese Communist Party is accused of all kinds of nefarious activities, stealing Western technology, political interference, illegal territorial claims, failing to uphold international agreements it signed up to. Changhua Wang at Tiananmen Square student leader who fled China believes what's happening is essentially a conflict about values, one not militarily, but by promoting human rights and the rule of law.
All of the strong men in the world are watching China. So if China can do this, maybe we can do too. I agree that we must have engagement with China. However, economic engagement alone will need to push out in the future. That's very short-sighted. You must come with other rules to protect yourself, and you see in the long run that will also protect Chinese people.
There have been renewed contacts in recent months between Beijing and Washington. No one wants another incident like Shane Osborne's over the South China Sea, escalating into an accidental conflict. But that doesn't take away the deeper challenge of two sides struggling to work out how they can live with each other. And that means what has sometimes been a shadow war for the last few decades will increasingly move into the open.
Shadow War, China in the West, was presented by Stephen Carell. Producer was John Murphy. And the train was to all 10 international systems. Well, the telecom news is next. First, the weather prospects for the rest of the bank holiday weekend. Tonight, southern England will have rain spreading in from the south. Northern England and southern Scotland will see rain re-intensifying in the early hours. Elsewhere, there'll be plenty of cloud, but it should remain mostly dry. Tomorrow, the northern half of the UK will be generally cloudy with spells of showery rain. Further south, there'll be a mix of sunny spells and showers, some of which will be heavy influence, especially in North. On Monday, more showers are expected. The northeastern areas seeing some lightning activity as well. However, there will also be some drier and sunny spells. On Tuesday, it looks to turn more unsettled and breezy in the south. more sounds. This is BBC Radio 4. BBC News at 10 o'clock. This is Mark Frost. Good evening. The Conservatives have pledged to introduce mandatory national service for every 18-year-old, either in the armed forces or in the community. Labour has defended its proposals on workers' rights after a union leader said they have more holes than Swiss cheese. Manchester United have won the FA Cup and Celtic have completed a league and cup double with the Scottish Cup. The Conservatives have pledged to reintroduce national service every hour of the general election. Everyone aged 18 would either have to apply for a full-time 12-month placement in the armed forces or do community work for the equivalent of 1 weekend each month. The policy would cost £2.5 billion a year by 2030. Rishi Sunak said the programme would give young people a shared sense of purpose and a renewed feeling of pride in Britain. Labour said it was a desperate and unfunded commitment that was only needed because the Tories had hollowed out the armed forces. Here's our political correspondent, Labour now.
For a party that has struggled to attract younger voters in recent years, this is certainly an eye-catching policy from the Conservatives. National service was brought in after the Second World War under the Attlee government, and meant men between the ages of 17 and 21 to serve in the armed forces for 18 months, which came to an end in 1960. Now the Tory party says if it wins the general election by the end of the next parliament, bring in a new model of mandatory national service for every 18-year-old. They would apply for one of 30,000 full-time placements in the armed forces and cyber defence, or they would have to volunteer 25 days a year with organisations such as charities, the police or the NHS. The party says it would establish a broad commission to design the programme. That would then set out how much those military investments would be paid, and what sanctions would be for compliance. This scheme would provide life-changing opportunities for young people. Labour described it as desperate.
The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has defended his plans on workers' rights after a union leader accused the party of watering down its proposals. Labour's pledges include a ban on zero-hours contracts, ending the practice of fire and rehire, and what the party calls a right to switch on. I'll be putting that in new details about the plans emerged last night. The leader of the Unite Union, Sharon Graham, said there were too many caveats to get out of clauses. With more details, here's our political correspondent, Jack Penny.
This is a row that's been brewing in Labour circles for a while. The party first published what it called the New Deal for people 30 years ago. But the latest version of the policy, and the one that Labour will go into the election promising to implement, was made public only last night, after weeks of negotiations with trade unions. It pledges to end the controversial practice of fire and rehire, when companies dismiss workers and quickly take them back on worse deals. But critics have pointed to a line in the plan that says businesses can restructure to remain viable when there is genuinely no alternative. And Labour says for a company to do this, it must follow a proper process based on dialogue and common understanding between employers and workers. Today, the leader of the Unite Union, Sharon Graham, said Labour's pledges have more holes than Swiss cheese and were in danger of becoming a bad boss's charter. Speaking while campaigning in the West Midlands, Sir Keir Starmer said he didn't agree.
We have comfortably completed the deal for what no water now. This is the most significant sector protection for a generation. That is about the basic dignity of people at work, which really matters.
Labour said the plan would also boost wages, deliver secure work, and support working people to thrive.
The main parties have focused on the economy in the day's campaigning, as our political correspondent Helen Catt reports.
Labour kicked off day 3 of the campaign with a direct appeal from the Shadow Chancellor to Conservative voters in the pages of the Daily Mail. Rachel Reeves reassured them that she believed in sound finances and would not play fast and loose with people's money. On a campaign visit to a supermarket this morning, she said that was what the Tories have been doing.
With Labour, we'll bring back stability, and stability